Okay, everybody, thank you for being here. We have convened for a regular meeting of the Dripping Springs ISD Board of Trustees on this Monday, July 25th, 2022. The time is now 6:05 p.m. We have a quorum with all board members present this evening. We have Ron Jones joining us via Zoom. Hi, Ron. We will begin with our opening ceremony with pledges to the American flag and the Texas flag. And this will be followed by a moment of silence, so please remain standing with us after the pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. Okay, announcements.
Announcements. So the Dripping Springs High School finished 9th in UIL Lone Star Cup standings for the 21-22 school year, and this is the 5th straight top 10 finish for Dripping Springs High School. Our annual enrollment verification process will open this Wednesday, July 27th for all students. And then registration document drop-off date for our brand new DSISD families will be Thursday, July 28th from 7:30 a.m. to noon, and then 1:30 to 6 p.m. at all campuses. The Board of Trustees will hold a workshop meeting on bond planning on Wednesday, July 27th at 3 p.m. back in this room. Our campuses have lots of fun and useful back-to-school events planned for the month of August, so please pay attention to your email and social media. And our first day of school is coming up quickly. It'll be Tuesday, August 16th. And that's our announcements.
Thank you. We don't have recognitions tonight, so we will move on to public forum. The Board of Trustees encourages and appreciates comments from the citizens of the district and from district employees. Anyone wishing to address the board on agenda or non-agenda items may do so during the public forum portion of our meeting. The board asks that each person's comments be no longer than 3 minutes. Persons using a translator will be given 6 minutes. Speakers wishing to address multiple issues may only address the board one time. Board members will listen carefully to all comments made during public forum. However, because the board is subject to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the board cannot address comments until the posted items come up on the agenda. Only the board president, as the designated spokesperson or a designee, may respond to the speaker. The board president's responses are limited to referring the speaker to applicable board policy or referring the speaker to the appropriate administrator. Speakers shall be heard on a first-come, first-served basis and are not permitted to relinquish time to another person. Please state your name and connection to the district, and please be respectful of the time limit, and when you hear the timer sound, conclude your thought. The Board of Trustees has an expectation that audience members display respectful and courteous behavior during the public forum as well as throughout the meeting. And our first speaker this evening is Lynn Henson. If you could just come up and make sure the microphone is on. Thank you.
And I hate going first. Hi, guys. Normally I have something a little bit more prepared, but I was really busy today. So last week I want to appreciate all of your conversation. I thought it was one of the best conversations I've seen from the board since I've been coming to meetings, and so I appreciate the thought and diligence that you all are putting into this. I really do hope the questions continue, because as someone who would consider myself more fiscally conservative, I firmly believe that a lot of the growth projects listed in the bond are justified and necessary, but I can't reiterate enough that the price tags associated are problematic, and I don't believe that I could vote yes if those carried forward to the ballot. And I think I'm a reasonable person. The growth in this district is insane. We need another high school. We need a lot of the things listed. But I also don't think we necessarily need a Taj Mahal. I think we should spend as much time focused on scrubbing the M&O budget, because I want great teachers and I want great curriculum inside the buildings. We're spending a lot of time, which is great conversation on the walls and what we're building. But when we look at the M&O budget, I understand that House Bill 3 makes that complicated, but I also would say with the additional rooftops and thanks to the appraisal board, all of our taxes are going up. Even though the rate here is the same, and I appreciate you guys keeping that rate the same, the amount of money you're getting is still increasing. And so when the community is asking for a financial audit of the M&O budget, and that's expensive, takes a lot of time, well, so is a $275 million high school. So I hope we can put as much care and comment into that as well as we move forward this next year, because I'd like to see our teachers paid more. Nicer schools are a draw for residents and teachers alike, but so is a paycheck and good curriculum. So I hope that you guys continue to ask. I don't believe that the administration and the consultants have brought forth the appropriate line item of detail of what goes into these dollar amounts. So I hope between tonight and your workshops, you guys are asking very tough questions so that we can all vote yes on the massive growth project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henson. Next, we have, I'm sorry. Is it, oh, it's Nathan. I was looking at the wrong. Sorry about that.
All right, thanks, Lynn. That was a good start. Like a lot of folks, saw the initial numbers come out yesterday and was like, honestly, it was hard to not be cynical about some of them. $275 million and some change for a new high school that can hold 2,500 students. That pencils out to a little over $110,000 per student in classroom capacity. Like, I could build a private, parents could build private classrooms for their own kids for less. That's a ridiculous number. It's got to be the Taj Mahal aspect. A lot of our kids go to Sycamore Springs, love it. It's great. It's beautiful. It's being built. When I moved in here, our kids went to go there together. Still do. When I drove past it on the way up here, the first thing that you see of it is the 50-foot tall open air atrium, bringing in all that natural light to create heat that has to be removed by our electric bills by the HVAC. You see the 50-foot stone columns all around it. You see like all of this opulence that I hadn't seen when I was an instructor at Naval Aviation Training Command or any of the other schools. I've been to NASA, folks. Their training buildings are not as nice as Sycamore Springs. We don't need Taj Mahals. We need teachers. We're all getting the emails about how we need teachers. Hey, refer your friends, drag people out of retirement. Last year we were bragging about every student has a Chromebook. All of my kids hated their Chromebooks, and now we're asking for more millions of dollars to upgrade our technology from new stuff that our kids didn't even like and didn't need, and we don't have the teachers. Like $14 million for security and other upgrades. Like, how many helicopters are we getting, and can I fly them? Is how that looks. Like, these buildings were built with the ADA in, like, how can we need $14 million worth of ADA and security upgrades? There's a lot of security stuff we can do for free. Guardian programs. We have teachers that have CHLs that we can designate to carry to boost our security for free. There's a lot of things that we can do to get dollars off of this budget or off of this bond request that are smart, to get quality schools so that we don't have to have the kids that are going to the new school going to the one that's not as nice as the old school. But we've got to trim these numbers down. These numbers they're going to be a no from the community. And we've got to do better with detail, and we got to get those numbers down.
Thank you, Mr. Kaspar. Next is Tony Palmieri.
Hello all, good evening. My name is Tony Palmieri. I'm a retired taxpayer and homeowner and resident in Belterra and a frequent two-stepper at Mercer Street Dance Hall. I'm here to express my alarm at the astronomical price tag indicated on many of the items being recommended by the Citizens Bond Steering Committee. In the bond package they are submitting to you for your approval, I'm also alarmed at the lack of details provided on any of these line items. As we head into a possibly severe economic recession, where many local residents may face layoffs, salary cuts, shift cuts affecting their income, and business owners may face loss of income as consumers tighten their budgets, and as we all are experiencing severe and worsening inflation, and as we are already paying some of the highest property tax bills in the nation, we are all faced with tightening our budgets and making trade-offs between things that we want and things that we really need. The purpose of the school district is to educate our children in a safe environment. Certain expenditures are essential to that goal, and some are not. Financially responsible custodians of taxpayer dollars should exercise the same austerity in spending and make the sometimes difficult trade-offs that any responsible family would do in their own households during tough economic times. If the board is not completely transparent about the true necessity in terms of educating our kids and the costs of each line item in this bond package, as well as a complete breakdown of each item into its component parts and costs, then many taxpayers will be left wondering whether you are truly being responsible and frugal with our tax dollars while we are cutting back on our own household budgets. Especially when we see astronomical costs of the package as a whole in its current makeup, about $500 million with the B dollars. That works out to approximately $58,800 per currently enrolled student, 8,500 student population. Please work to ensure transparency during this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Palmieri. Next, we have Angela Fugate.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank you all for volunteering your time to serve as our board members. As I'm just learning about the process, it doesn't seem easy. I had heard a little bit about the new bond proposal, and I felt a little like a deer in the headlights because, obviously you guys have been doing this for a long time. I am new. I know a lot of other people have just moved to the area, and I'm sure share the same position that I'm in as far as being new, and I don't even know where to go to get. I was encouraged to hear that this came out yesterday because I was like, well, how come I haven't heard about it before? Where's all the, how do we dig in deeper? Are there things that we can do from the community standpoint to help, mitigate or lower these costs? Like I said, I'm coming in new. I do have a family member in the roofing industry, and so that kind of caught my attention. There's, under the life cycle projects, it says $3 million to replace the existing 120,000 square foot roofing for Dripping Springs High School. But I feel like if that's a metal roof, doesn't that last for 40 years? So, are we replacing it prematurely? Are there warranties to consider? I don't know, and I don't know where to go to get questions answered. So I'm sure you awesome people do, and I'm grateful for your time and for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fugate. I will say that we have quite a section on our website of all of the work of the Citizens Bond Steering Committee. You can watch videos of every meeting and see the slides. And we do, I think it'll come up later tonight, but we have 2 more workshops already scheduled. Thank you. Next, we have Michelle, is it Mostert?
Good evening. Thank you guys for being on this board. I know it's a lot of work, and I appreciate that. I did attend some of the bond committee meetings, and it was not broken down. These line items were not broken down. Okay, $275 for a high school, $1 million for a high school was not. That's just a line item, and they said it's because They went by other schools that recently were built, what did it cost for those that were similar in size, and that's how they determined what the cost would be. Well, would you accept that if you were going to be building a home? If you were going to build yourself a home, if some contractor came out and said, this is what other homes are costing, this is what's going to cost you, take it or leave it. I don't think you'd do that. I mean, you need to have like 3 bids. I want it broken down. What type of doorknobs? What type of faucets? Where can we cut these expenses? You know these contractors are going to go as high as they can and give you the most expensive they can and jack the prices up. It's ridiculous. We all know that, all right? And people are not going to vote for this. I'm not going to vote for this. This has to be trimmed down. I know we need it, but we don't need to be paying for a Taj Mahal, as everyone's calling it, and as I called it in some of your other meetings. All right, you go into the high school and you got 7 restaurants in a high school cafeteria. Seriously, you know, I mean, it's just we don't need and I think we should make the classrooms larger. I know the parents aren't going to be happy. I went to a public school in Chicago. We had well over 30 students. At one time we had 43 students. I did not turn out stupid. None of us turned out stupid. All right, we've got, with the economy the way it is, the way it's going, we have to start being more efficient with the money and not waste it, really. And that's what you're doing. Money doesn't grow on trees. Some of us don't make a lot of money, and you're gonna drive a lot of people out of here. We're not gonna be able to afford our taxes. Everything else is going up. So please, please, do what's right. And not try and, you know, make this an expense that is unnecessary, all right? Really, thank you so much.
Thank you. We certainly intend to do our due diligence, and that's why we've also added two workshops. Next, we have Mike Dendillo.
Good evening, Mike Dendillo. Again, thanks to you folks on the board for all the time and effort you put in. I know it's a lot of work and a lot of pressure and sometimes a lot of heartache, so thank you for what you do. Most of the folks that spoke ahead of me have kind of covered the topics that I wanted to mention, but again, in regards to the bond, the biggest thing that sticks out as a red flag is that $275 million high school. For many reasons, and the fact that there's only one single line item on it is certainly concerning to me. The other thing too that I see are the 2 remodel jobs that they're in the tens of millions of dollars, and you know, we hear from old people like myself about the days when I went to school. I get that, but the most important thing is the teachers and the environment, and to have a nice clean classroom with 4 walls and air conditioner lights and some desks. And those are the critical things. And a lot of the fluff, like Michelle mentioned about the cafeteria in the high school, is a classic example. Having individual restaurants in the high school that was quite a shock for me to see that. A lot of extra people, a lot of extra cleanup, and all you basically need to do is feed people. So, I mean, that's one example I see, and there's many more that I probably don't see, but I use that as an example, which someone already did as well. So, those are my points. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Dendillo. Next, we have Martin McConaughey.
There were some comments about the last speaker, folks not being able to hear. When folks aren't speaking in the mic, if you all could encourage them, it helps with transparency. All right, well, that wasn't the start of my comment. Can the timer restart? Why is the timer starting? I haven't officially said my name. I was just commenting. Thank you. First, I'd like to start by noting that I believe that the public comment here is unlawful. It's per agenda item, not overall. I've addressed that previously. Secondly, I'd like to address the transparency and accountability concerns. Why is the district removed its board briefs from the website? Why did the district, after the last meeting where I talked about 10 years of financial data proving the fiscally responsibility of the district, were basically every year except for the 5 years required by state law removed from the website? Why is the board having a special workshop meeting that traditionally has not been televised or recorded in a way that the community can see what exactly is going on? Why is the district holding a special meeting to continue the administrative bloat to hire a deputy superintendent that's an entirely new position? To that end, is the superintendent going to take a salary cut since she has more people helping her to do her job? Thirdly, I'd like to address the lack of pledges in a moment of silence at your special and workshop meetings. The reason for that is to remind you that you operate under God's law and the law of the land. As I noted with the public comment, this board does not seem to respect either, and previous actions have shown similarly. Finance, we're hiring another finance director after just 6 months on the job. She was the only one that had previously worked in the school district for over a decade. We've had 7 CFOs or assistant superintendents of finance and operations in just 3 years. What's going on in that department? We deserve an independent efficiency audit. It's far past time. There's too much turnover. There's too much nonsense. There's too many things that don't make sense with this district's finances. Next, I'd like to remind board members Reinhold, Quintero, and Bernard of commitments they made in regard to the bond. They promised, 1, not to raise the INS debt service tax rate for any future bond. They promised to prioritize spending restraint and work to identify all possible opportunities for cost savings across all future bond propositions. They promised to only present smaller project-specific bond propositions to voters instead of one large omnibus bond above and beyond the standards set under Texas law. Board members Reinhold and Quintero also promised to have a supermajority of the community support any future bond for it to be approved. Next, as you know, I was on the Long Range Facility Planning Committee. I attended 11 of the 14 meetings. I couldn't attend the last 2 because the board changed the day of the week in those and added conflicts on Wednesdays. To the projects, I believe that the projects presented by the Citizens Bond Steering Committee come from a manufacturer consensus and do not accurately reflect what was presented by the Long Range Facility. For instance, the high school, it was only the 3rd reconstitution of the Long Range Facility Planning Committee where it was approved to adopt a second high school. That was after more than half the body were school employees. Previously, the plan was to keep this a 1 high school district for as long as possible in the first reconstitution in order to save money, and 9th grade center and other cost saving options were discussed. Where should we go next? Basically, this is a wealth transfer. The high school is a wealth transfer from current taxpayers to future ones. It will not be a capacity for over a decade. How is this remotely fiscally responsible? I have a lot of other concerns with the district's finances, and I will just address those quickly. Our INS tax rate on an average resident is going up 40% since the 2008 bond. The district already has debt obligations exceeding $400 million, and it will be over $1 billion after the bond. Our debt per student and overall is greater than 95% of Texas school districts, and the INS fund already has 1-year debt reserves.
All right, thank you, Mr. McConaughey. You can, as usual, encapsulate that in an email to us.
Well, as you know, you reply days after, and the purpose of the public comment law is to allow us to comment before you take action on any agenda item. And so, as you know, both the Attorney General opinion and the law state that you have to allow comment on every agenda item. So you all are creating a position where taxpayers have to sue you to protect our rights, and that is wrong. Thank you for your time.
Next, we have Tia Owens.
Good evening. I have to say this is shamefully my very first school board meeting I've ever been to. I've been a resident of Dripping Springs now for 23 years. My husband and I have probably paid almost $200,000 in property taxes in those 23 years. And I've always been, go along to get along. And at this point, I've got to get involved. I'm so tired of our property taxes going up and up. I have 8 children that have gone through this DSISD system. All of them are graduated now. But I'm going to fight for those that are coming through and for my bottom line. I look at this budget and I see $45 million for another stadium for a high school that hasn't even been built. I thought I saw that on there. I think that there's so many opportunities for you to go through there and again have complete and utter transparency on these items. There's wish lists and then there's necessities. There's a lot of wish lists, I think, on this budget and this bond proposal. I think that you owe it to us to do your best to get this down. We are on the verge of a major, major economic recession. I don't know if many people know that, but you can tell when you go to the gas station, you're paying $4 a gallon. The grocery bill is going up. I mean, you need to do something for people that have been here and the people that are moving in. I will continue to start coming to these. I want to get more informed. I want to know what's going on and where my tax dollars are going. I appreciate what you do, but please be advocates and stewards, good stewards of our money, please.
Thank you for being here tonight. We look forward to seeing you in the future, and I do think we all look forward to the presentation coming up shortly to hear the evolution of that decision-making process that led to a recommendation. That concludes our public comment. We will now move to reports and information. And the first item is the L&I report. Trustees, do you have any additional questions from last week? We had a chance to talk about this at agenda review. No? Is there anything additional you wanted to highlight, Dr. Kidd?
No, I don't think so. I don't know if you can hear me. I don't think so. I've highlighted it at the agenda review. Let me just kind of go through and make sure. No, I think that's it. We do have a lot of testing going on for acceleration, taking part in the first part of August, so the team's very busy getting that testing done so we can place kids appropriately if they have accelerated grade levels. I know that's on Rhonda Whitman's mind right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Next is our financial reports. Again, I don't see anything new from last week. Any questions there? We also talked about our audit update. Looks like it is progressing well. Yes.
I had a
sorry,
question.
Tricia.
The technology that's being paid on the financial report, it's being paid with ESSER funds, right? Since we're not getting ESSER funds again, do we know how we're going to pay for that in the future?
So I think as part of our discussions moving forward when we established the budget, we had various different strategies for looking at long range, how we were going to afford certain things. And so some things, for example, like some of the technology, like this laptop here in front of me, for example, I think that's one of the items that is being considered as part of the bond referendum. So, which is a good thing because as part of our INS funds, those funds are not subject to recapture. So we actually have additional, it's more efficient that way because we don't have to, every tax dollar that's levied actually gets spent here in the district as opposed to the maintenance and operations fund where a good portion of the taxes that are levied leave our district and go back to the state.
Okay, do we have a life cycle information page or something somewhere that we're like keeping track of life cycles?
We
for those
do have a
items?
life cycle. I know that the Director of Technology, Cindy Wade, should be here, and so she can speak more to that specifically, but there's actually a letter code on each one of our devices that says the cycle for which that needs to be replaced, and they keep to that.
Okay. That's all.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions about the audit update? Shannon?
Mine is just a comment, just to prepare you. So thank you very much for always giving us this audit update and remind our community that we do in fact have a financial audit every year required by law. But I want to give you a heads up that when the time comes, if the board members could please get a bound copy ahead of time so we can review it when it comes time for that at that month, just so there's no surprises and we've given you plenty of notice. That would be wonderful. It helps us a lot.
Okay. Any other questions, comments?
one more time.
I was saying you have a bound copy of the budget now
Yes, so it'd be just
to
like
match that for the audit.
Yes, that
Perfect.
would be perfect, thank you.
Okay. I don't see any changes from last week on the quarterly investment report, or, let's see, or the construction report. Any additional questions that might have arisen? Stephanie?
Yeah, I just wanted to highlight one thing, and I wanted to loop back to this when we do get our presentation from the Bond Steering Committee. This is the 2018 update, and just for everyone's awareness, we just broke ground, we heard this week, on the new administrative building. Am I accurate with that announcement, Clint?
Yes, they started the demo work actually last week on the admin project. So I think there might have been a short update in the weekly memo.
Which is exciting, very, very exciting. And I know there were a lot of construction delays with COVID, to my understanding, but just for the public's understanding, this is 2018, and we're just finishing, this is the last large construction project from that bond, and it's 4 years later.
That's exactly right. That is the last major project from the 2018 bond program.
Okay.
And the timing of that, because the construction update, we turned that in just before they kicked off the work, and so each of the monthly reports that we provide going forward, there'll be updated pictures showing the progress on that particular project. So there'll be significantly more information on that project on the monthly construction reports going forward now that they've actually started construction.
And the timeline for that is still slated to be next summer, move-in, 2023?
It should be, so substantial, they should reach substantial completion next spring, so probably April.
Okay.
And then we'll phase in the move-in, so it'll be at or around the end of the school year, possibly into the start of summer.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. That's a good clarification. Any questions on the HR report?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did have a question on the bond report. I was kind of waiting till that one. Also, we had gotten a few questions, I think, in our emails about specific safety, and I also wanted to highlight, we actually just voted last month adding additional measures for the 2018 bond. So I just wanted to refer anyone interested in what we added to additional safety and security. That was actually additional funds out of our 2018 bond. So that's why you're not seeing that in the package from tonight's bond steering committee. I just wanted to highlight that.
I think we will have, actually, right, the bond package tonight.
There's more safety, yeah, but
Yeah.
but y'all
Okay.
have already contributed some money this year to make sure things happen this
Okay.
summer.
Okay. Anything on the HR report? Okay, if not, we have our superintendent's report. Looks like it's all just more building, right?
It's just more, yeah, subdivisions and plats, so yes, more building. That's what's been added this month.
Okay. Well, if there are no other questions, we will move on to presentations. And this month, we just have the two items. We have board members participating in the Citizens Bond Steering Committee meetings. And of course, trustees have done a mix of watching them online or going in person. I know Olivia was there for 5 out of 6 to watch it in person. And so just wanted to highlight that it's been lots and lots and lots of extra hours as we do our due diligence to follow along with this process. And then we had our board retreat last week, and as usual, we go above and beyond the state mandated 3 hours of team building. We had Dr. Rook Alvarado of Region 13 come in and did his kind of guidance under the principles of the governance core. Anything y'all want to add there? Okay, we'll move on. We have the Dripping Springs Education Foundation annual report. Do we have presenter? There they are. We have our illustrious executive director. I bless you.
Hi, can y'all hear us? Okay. Thanks so much for having us tonight. We just wanted to share, I'm going to step around here. We just wanted to share some highlights of our work over the past year. My name's Audrey Pendergrass. I'm the executive director of the Dripping Springs Education Foundation, and I'm here with our board president, George Gomez.
I really don't need a microphone, but I'll do my best. So hello and thanks for having us again. To the school board members, Dr. Morris-Kuntz, and our incredible district staff members, thank you all for everything you do. As Audrey mentioned, I'm the president of the Dripping Springs Education Foundation Board. I'm also a father of 2 tigers and a husband of a first grade teacher at Sycamore Springs Elementary. So I'm still pretty committed to the DSISD, and that's pretty much still an understatement. We're proud of the work we've been able to do over the past year. The partnership we have with the district and the support from our generous community members that allow us to continue serving our mission of providing more students with better opportunities in Dripping Springs.
Yes, we are so proud to work alongside the school district to provide funding for our mental health services initiative. Last year, as you know, we wrapped up the 3rd and final year of our campaign, gifting a total of $645,000 to this initiative, the Mental Health Services Initiative, over the past 3 years. So we are very honored to be able to make this possible for Dripping Springs. Thank you for making this a priority. We're excited to continue this work with you all as we enter the next phase of mental health support for our district.
In addition to the mental health initiative, we were also excited to finally bring back our innovative teaching grants and our student leadership grants for our staff and students. We were able to award 9 innovative teaching grants in the amount of $30,163 and 7 student leadership grants in the amount of $12,633. Oh, still my turn, sorry. Our Tiger Appreciation Program is an opportunity for our teachers and staff to give back to support the district as well. Last year we had an outstanding 62% participation rate from all staff across DSISD to give to the Education Foundation. We were also able to support students with a Nick Lefevre Community Youth Fund. Last year, that Lefevre Family Fund was able to support multiple students in various activities for a total of $5,790 in various financial support.
Yes, and our events were a big success last year, raising a majority of our revenue. Our annual Schoolhouse Scramble Golf Tournament was a sold-out event, raising $73,909.99. We also implemented a new event this past year, our Clays for Classroom clay shooting tournament at Hog Heaven, which had an incredible showing for the first year and raised an astounding $86,524.92. And our Denim and Diamonds Gala took on a new look and feel. It was an elevated fundraising event at Camp Lucy, attended by about 350 people. And we are thrilled that we were able to raise an incredible $294,896.03, netting over $218,000. So we are very proud about the events and the support from our community.
And lastly, you'll be able to see the breakdown of all of our income and expenses for FY22. Total income was $634,224.69, which included individual gifts, corporate gifts, trusts, foundations, and event fundraising. Total expenses were $576,893.24, which includes our program gifts to the district, management, operations fees, and fundraising costs. Please let us know if you have any questions. Thank you again for your support of the Ed Foundation, and we look forward to another great year ahead.
Thank you so much. Do y'all have any questions? Shannon? Yes.
I do have 2 questions.
Oh, yes.
So sorry. So first of all, thank you to each and every one of you. I know when I was a liaison, it was such an honor to serve on that board with y'all, and I appreciate all the time and effort and all that you do for our DSISD community. It's just so incredibly valuable. So 2 questions. One is just to inform the community There was talk in the past about the audit, and you all did start the audit process, so I was hoping that since it's not in this report, that you could just speak to where that sits. I think you guys decided to do every other year or something like that, but I thought it would be good information when you're talking the funds that you are, that the community who is very interested in transparency and audits, that they might like to know what that is. And then after you answer that one, then I will ask my second question.
Perfect. Yes, so we do a financial review every year and then the audit every other year. So this coming year will be our audit. Last year was the review.
And where, if someone wanted to look at that, can they just email you to look at those documents if necessary?
Absolutely,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. Also, so when I first got involved with DSCF and the Lefevre Community Youth Foundation Fund came on board, it was about hotspots and that kind of thing. Can you speak to, if possible, what that level of support looks like now? Like, how has that evolved? And, you know, because I know over time the district started to provide to some computers and hotspots and things like that. So what is that supporting at that moment? Again, only if you can speak to that.
So some different things. So it's students have to apply for those funds, and it may be for anything from cheer uniforms to a pig to, it's basically for school functions, and they may have a financial barrier keeping them from that. So they apply to us, and then the Lefevre family actually will approve those. So they're very much involved in the granting process.
Thank you for that explanation. I just really want the community to know that there is a benefactor out there that is just doing an incredible job, and those needs, while they may vary, they are going to continue to exist in our community. So thank you both very much for all that you do.
So I wanted to check with Ron. I don't even know if you do have audio, but I know you always say something at the, just a big thumbs up, okay?
And I normally
there you are.
do. Thank you, Dr. Petrick. I listening to this report, I was just kind of laughing at myself that when I first got involved with the Education Foundation Board, our primary fundraising event was the development of a student directory, which through some other efforts garnered about $30,000 or $40,000 in annual revenue. So it's just kind of stunning to see the growth in that organization. But I'm just struck with what would have happened in our school system if the Education Foundation hadn't sponsored the mental health initiative, because I think that's just absolutely has made a tremendous difference. And from the bottom of my heart, I'm just so grateful for not only just everybody that worked on the Education Foundation, but everybody who wrote the check. So thank you all so much.
Yes, that's a great point of the stunning growth in the last 10 years of the Ed Foundation, and also just so the community is aware, you know, as our taxes rise, the state takes more and more in recapture of the Robin Hood system, but not donations to the Ed Foundation. They 100% stay right here. So thank you very much for your
Thank
report.
you all.
Thank you. Okay, we are now ready for the Citizens Bond Steering Committee, and are you taking that?
I'm going to go ahead and start
Okay.
us off, and then I'm going to hand it over to our bond steering chair, but I'm going to get us moving into this topic a little bit. And so Sheila, you're going to run slides for me?
We can't hear you back here.
You can't hear me back there? Is that better, Nathan?
It is.
Awesome.
We don't want to advocate turning the air conditioner
Oh, no, we all want the air conditioning on. Perfect. Okay, well, I'm going to get us started on Citizens Bond Steering Committee, and then I'll introduce our chair who'll continue on with the topic. But first thing I wanted to remind you is kind of how this process started and what we have been through. So the Bond Steering Committee process started with the long-range facility planning process. We have been through phase 1 with our long-range facility planning committee. They convened, went through and made recommendations to the board. That was last spring. The board recommended that we go out and get community feedback on that. We did that process, and then after that process, formed our bond steering committee out of long-range facility planning. We also added some new members that you'll see on our list in just a minute to have a blend of people who've been in the process for a long time and then newer members to our committee. So they take and build a package for the board and then bring that recommendation to the board, which is what you'll be looking at tonight. What the board does with that is you accept, reject, or modify those recommendations, which is why you have workshops now going forward so that you can take a look at the package, review that, and decide what needs to go out to the community if you decide you want to call an election. And if the board decides to call an election, then that's that last bullet in the bond planning, the bond starts. And so really, we're still in kind of that planning phase where y'all are getting information, gathering information. So when our community says we haven't heard about this yet, it's because it's not actually a bond package yet. It's a conversation about a bond package that's going on in our community with a whole committee that is helping us to make recommendations, and tonight is that recommendation coming forward. So moving on to the committee overview, just wanted to remind you for Long Range Facility Planning Committee, that actually started in November 2019, and that committee had 11 meetings that they went through the process of figuring out what were the next facility usage things that our district needed. So they were looking at our growth, understanding our growth, and determining where do we go from there with growth, and needed to make sure that that reflected the values within our committee so that we were matching the types of buildings we were building and the size of buildings that we were building with our growing school district. The major items that they discussed were 5 different high school pathways. They looked at a lot of different ways to do that, ultimately landing on a second comprehensive high school, and that was about 80%, 20% within the committee. They discussed middle school strategies, looking at our middle school growth and trying to figure out, since we had an 850 and a 1200 campus, what would be the best way to move forward, landing on the 1200 student capacity and expanding Sycamore being the best option for 2 reasons. 1, it's a faster process, which you will see. 2, it gives us a consistent middle school size going forward and is less expensive to do middle schools at the 1200 student capacity long-term than it is at the 850 student capacity. They looked at our overall growth numbers for future elementary needs, and as you'll be reminded, and I'll show you in a little bit when we look at growth, elementary growth is our fastest growing area. It's not typical for a fast growth district to be growing at elementary more than their other ages. Usually at our price point, you would see that being an older age student. In our district, that happens to be our younger students. So our elementary growth is our fastest growth, and that will drive the rest of our growth because those students continue on through our system once they come at the elementary age. And then their last major item discussed was looking at current land inventory. We have land for the next elementary, we have the expansion site for Sycamore, and then we potentially have land for the high school, but we don't necessarily have future schools beyond that in the right places, and so we're looking at future land as a fast growth district. As you see, even beyond the conversation points that we're having right now, we'll show you that within the growth there are many more sites that we'll need in the short term. So summary of their recommendations, when they went through and analyzed everything, it was to build a second comprehensive high school at a 2,500 student capacity, to build future middle schools at a 1,200 student capacity, to consider expanding Sycamore Springs Middle School to a 1,200 student capacity, to modify Tiger Stadium to support a second high school, to build a 6th elementary, and to purchase land. From there, we actually took the information that the committee came up with and took that out to our community in the form of a survey, in the form of in-person meetings, and then have a full website put together. So if you are here and would like to dig deeper into that information and the information that they looked at, that's on our website. There's a dedicated long-range facility planning committee page that has all of their meetings and all of the information about the conversations that they had to get to that point. We did do the 4 community meetings. As we mentioned before, those were not well attended, so it's nice to have people here tonight because we love talking about this. And then we had a community survey with 1,400 responses that largely aligned the committee feedback. There were 2 major differences. The first one was really on the stadium. There were differences with some of our community feeling strongly that we should build a second stadium, and some of our community feeling strongly that we should expand, and it was kind of split on that. And then the other piece was wanting more information on land and why we would need land. So that's the long-range facility planning process, which then, when that wrapped up, brought us to our bond steering committee. And so this evening you have joining us Jennifer Rodriguez, who was the chair of our bond steering committee. She's a longtime Dipping Springs resident, had been a part of previous bond planning committees, and so has a lot of experience in our district. Also has high school age students, and so, as she nicely said, doesn't have a dog in the hunt as far as recommending what the packages changes are, but just wants to make sure that we have a great process and a great community-led process. So thank you for taking that on, and thank you for being here to present.
Yeah, thank you. Am I good in the microphone? Everybody? All right, a little more. Okay, there we go. I'm actually going to move it. Is that good? Okay. Good evening. I am Jennifer Rodriguez, and I am serving as the chair of the Citizens Bond Steering Committee. Thank you for inviting the committee to present its recommendations to you for consideration. I'm joined by several of the committee members. I just want them to kind of wave, recognize them. There's several of us here. Actually, almost more than half of us. So we appreciate that. Our committee is comprised of 17 members that you can see listed. Let me go ahead and get us moving. Oh, wrong. Other way. All right, here we go. We've got 17 members here listed. This is a citizens-based committee, and I'm pointing that out because previous iterations had included some staff members and some other folks that weren't just community members. So we are a diverse group of community members from across various geographical areas of the district. There are parents with students at every campus level on this committee. There are parents of DSHS graduates, many of whom attended DSISD K through 12. The level of expertise of our members includes backgrounds and interest in education, special education, finance, construction, and many other areas, but most importantly, we have a shared desire to help Dripping Springs ISD continue to be the high-performing, highly sought-after school district that we know and expect it to be. I would also like to note that almost all of the Citizens Bond Steering Committee members served on the Long Range Facility Planning Committee that began in 2019, as previously described, before it reconvened in 2021. Some of our members also served on previous Long Range Facilities Planning and Bond Steering Committees. We welcomed 4 new members that are highlighted there on the slide, and their fresh perspectives were really great, enhanced our work a lot, and we appreciate that. So I'm going to provide a review of the process that led us to presenting you our recommendations tonight, and y'all bear with me, it takes us a few minutes to get there because we want to make sure everybody understands how we got here. The Citizens Bond Steering Committee meetings were facilitated by district partner PBK, and each meeting had a specific agenda we used to keep us on task. Okay. So we began each meeting with a review of our committee charge that you can read here. We were especially mindful of the 4 components that it's comprised and is underlined. Our goal was to devise a bond recommendation to you that is fiscally sound, aligns with the mission and vision of the district, represents the expectations and values of the community, and can be supported by voters. No easy task, right? But we believe we have accomplished that charge. Dr. Morris Kuntz and her team of professionals provided us the necessary tools to accomplish our charge, including a review of the long-range facility planning committee work, identified facility and instructional needs of the district, and an explanation of the financial impact along with funding options. Okay, so this slide summarizes our work by calendar date, beginning with your approval of forming a Citizens Bond Steering Committee in May, followed by our first meeting held at Sycamore Springs Middle School June 8th, and concluding with our final meeting July 13th, where the committee voted to forward its recommendations of findings to you. As you can see, each meeting was held at a different DSISD campus, with the exception of the final 2 meetings, which we held over at the high school cafeteria. All meetings were open to the public. Additionally, the district provided a video recording of each meeting, along with a link to the materials provided to committee members on its website under the District Advisories Committee tab. I had to consult that. I had to miss a meeting. That was very helpful. We had several members who had to do that, and I know that there were folks in the community that were accessing that. Each meeting included a tour of the host campus where specific needs were pointed out and discussed. We were fortunate to be joined by various board members. Thank y'all, because I know that's a lot of extra time for you, so we appreciate you coming in person or tuning in online. After the brief campus tour, the committee followed the organized agenda. Topics presented included discussions of the Dripping Springs ISD bond history, public school finance, district demographics and projections, instructional needs, facility needs, and district-wide needs. We followed a procedure to record questions if the if the issue was not addressed during the meeting. The answers to the questions were then provided to the committee at the beginning of the next meeting. So nothing was left unaddressed at the request of committee members. This was intended to keep us on task, as plenty of Q&A took place during the meetings. Committee members were assigned tables, and each meeting included time for the members at each table to further discuss the issues before the committee. It was also common during this table time, if you will, that we would request district officials to come over and then further go through some of the questions that we had on different issues. The meetings were well organized and well run. At the conclusion of meeting 4, committee members were asked to individually build a bond package composed of items from the list of growth projects, life cycle projects, departmental needs projects, and district-wide needs projects. We each built a bond package by selecting yes or no for each listed item. Each item had an associated dollar amount included alongside it, and the total cost of the bond based on selections was calculated at the bottom of the spreadsheet. So as we're choosing yes or no on each item, we could see what that added up to at the bottom. Committee members then returned their completed spreadsheets to the district so the data could be reviewed and then combined for when we convened for meetings 5 and 6. So meetings 5 and 6 were a culmination of everything we had been presented and requested feedback on, and then our deliberation took place. So our starting point for meeting 5 was the common support and non-support items that were derived from our individual bond package. There was a lot of consensus from the start. And so we were really at that point dealing with things where there wasn't consensus, and we worked that out. We had a process whereby each table reviewed the outstanding individual items that did not have consensus. This was followed by a similar process by the entire group. We utilized a short list of guiding questions and considerations to help inform our exercise, with the ultimate question being, can your proposed bond package be supported by the Dripping Springs ISD community at large? That brings us to the recommendations, but first I'm going to return the floor to Dr. Morse-Kuntz to highlight the projected growth in DSISD, because that truly informs all of the recommendations we bring to you.
So I'm going to touch base on growth. I know you guys have seen this from PASA, but feel like it's always really important information just to make sure that we're kind of explaining what's happening in our district beyond traffic, so that we make sure we're all just on the same page on growth. So this is our total student enrollment 10 years back, 10 years forward. So we're looking at a 20-year spread here. From 2010 to 2020, you can see that our district was just under 5,000 students and grew to 8,002 students last year. That was 10% growth from the year before. So PASA gives us our student estimate. They had estimated us to be 8,005 students, so you can see they were off by 3 students in their estimate for what they were expecting for us to have an actual enrollment. So we ended up at 8,002. Not bad for, I don't know that I could have made that guess. I think that's better than the lottery. So then you're looking at 2021 to 2030-31, and we're looking at that same kind of growth curve when we're looking at this chart. So you can see it's going to be almost 15,000 students by 2030. So we definitely have some long-range planning that needs to take place. There's the short-term planning that we need right now for kind of addressing the needs that we have, and then future planning that we will have to do beyond that. So within their demographic study, they really highlighted a couple of different things that are important. One is the pandemic's effect on enrollment. And so there was a period of time where the district actually did hit pause on the long-range facility planning because the district was not seeing growth with the pandemic. Last year, we saw all of our students, or a good number of what they estimated for our students, have returned from the COVID time period. And so we expect that students are back in school for those who were going to return. The other thing is housing acceleration. You will see in their projections, and you see certainly in even the information that I brought you tonight about subdivision starts, that there is an increase in the housing market in our area, and so more homes are going on the ground, and we'll talk about that a little more explicitly. And then the economy, certainly inflation and rising interest rates could slow the housing market. However, we do still have a number of housing starts which will also bring residents. So looking at the projected new housing occupancies, this is what they are projecting over the next 10-year period, and you can see that that is about 11,000 new single-family homes. So there's about 13,300 new housing occupancies. The most of those are single-family houses. And for those of you who are taking pictures, please know this is on our website. The full report, several hundred pages. Go read it and enjoy. Just don't hit print when you download it. Next up is our moderate growth scenario. So PASA does kind of a low, medium, and high projection for us. And really what they're estimating us is for that moderate growth. So there's a little bit of swing that we could see that is still accurate within their estimates. What they're looking at for this next year is about 8,500 students, or about 6.5% growth. You can see that's down from the 10% growth that we had last year, but just know that that doesn't mean by any means we're slow growth. A fast growth district is about 2.5% growth, so we're well beyond fast growth. And we really look to have between that, 5.5% to 8% growth over the next 10 years annually. And so that's what gets us to that 3031 number, is just that continued steady growth in our district. What that looks like for elementary school, you'll recall that I said that elementary growth is our fastest growth. This was interesting. We track our enrollment data pretty carefully, and as we were looking at our enrollment data, we realized that our elementary growth, when I say that our district growth last year was 10%, our elementary growth was faster than that. So that's the district as a whole. Our elementary growth was 16%. So we're much faster at that young age than we are for our older students. But we're looking at needing an elementary and being over full capacity in the district for 24-25. But you'll see that 26-27 and 27-28, because of our continued growth beyond what we've got in this current bond package, is still future growth in our next 10 years, or more elementary school needs if we continue to see that elementary growth at that 16%. When we're looking at middle school, there were two options that the committee originally looked at. The expand Sycamore is certainly the better option for our district, one, because it delays us needing to build another full middle school until down the road, but also because it's the fastest project that we can do and aligns all of our campuses across the district. So we would be looking to expand Sycamore quickly, and then would actually be able to delay needing another middle school until 27-28, and then actually a fourth one in 31-32. So you can see again, in our future over the next 10 years, we have additional schools. And then last is our high school long-range planning. We actually will get to our high school capacity within the next year or two, but we will be over capacity in 26-27. And there's a lot of question about why then are we talking about a high school, and the reality is that for the design, planning, and construction phase of a high school, it takes about 4 years. And so it's understanding the timing that it takes to actually work through that process and design that high school and then put that on the ground. And so we know that we need high school relief coming pretty quickly here. And so here's a long-range planning summary just to kind of see it all on one slide. We're looking at this expansion here of kind of these first 3 major projects, but then also just know as a community we have another 4 schools, obviously not a high school at that point, but 2 more elementary and likely 2 more middle that are within the 6 years following that. So we'll continue to have growth in our district. It's not a one and done process. We are fast growth, and so we will continue to see campus needs, which kind of brings me to our last slide, just to make sure that our community understands our projected campus needs overall. PASA does not love to give a build-out number. We're asking them to project, 50 years into the future and figure out what does Dripping Springs look like total when all of our land is built out. That's a hard estimate for them to do. They're really accurate in the close, and then the further out you get, there are so many things that can change. We know that water's an issue out here. Certainly land can go into conservatory. A family can decide to keep a farm rather than sell it. There's different things that happen that can affect our growth. But overall, if we continue with the land the way that we have it and the usage the way that we have it, then we would be looking at elementaries at the 850 student size for 12 elementaries total in our district. We would be looking at a 1,200 middle school, 5 of those, and then we would actually be looking at 3 2,500 student high schools. And so when you're looking at what our district becomes, 50 years, let's say, down the road, and I'm throwing that number out there. This kind of gives you an idea of our total growth model as a school district. And so I'm going to hand it back over to Jennifer.
Okay, we have a few more slides before we actually reach the recommendations. And this slide explains the process by which each project was included on the list of considerations. And so you can see here the district facilities team first met with representatives from all campuses and departments to develop the line items that we reviewed. The district facilities team then priced each of the line items, and the items were assigned a priority number of 1 through 4 by district leadership and administration. So this was all done before the bond steering committee took a look at it, and that was not a part of the process that we played a part in. Oh, sorry, I'm getting that. Oh, that's right, okay. This slide shows the total cost of all projects if all items from that big list were funded, and breaks them down by 4 different categories. So you can see that the biggest category and cost here is the one under the growth line items. So over $654 million for everything. That's not where we ended up. Okay, and now for the unveiling of our Citizens Bond Steering Committee project considerations for the board. So starting with the growth projects, and therefore the most expensive items, we recommend the board consider the construction of elementary school number 6. There's notes out to the side that y'all can all read, so I'm just going to summarize. Expansion of Sycamore Springs Middle School to 1,200 student capacity. Construction of high school number 2. Purchase of land for future facilities, and the design for elementary school number 7 and middle school number 3. And you've got the totals there in the bottom right corner. The next grouping is a list of life cycle projects that we recommend the board consider for inclusion in a bond package for voters. This includes modernization at Dripping Springs Elementary School and Dripping Springs Elementary and Dripping Springs Middle Schools, roof replacement at Dripping Springs High School, replacement of the Dripping Springs High School competition gym floor and LED lighting at all Dripping Springs High School gyms, replacement of pressure-reducing valves throughout the district, and then repair of a civil site issue at the Dripping Springs High School tennis courts. Moving on to departmental projects, we recommend improvements and modernization of life skills classrooms at Dripping Springs High School, improvements to health sciences classrooms at Dripping Springs High School, reconfiguring of CL&I and Makerspace at Dripping Springs and Rooster Springs Elementary Schools, updated sound and lighting at various campuses throughout the district, locker configuration, or it's more like reconfiguration, inside Dripping Springs High School and at the field house, and then reconfiguring current lab space in Dripping Springs High School science classrooms so that it can be used for multiple courses in science. And then finally, the list of recommendations for district projects include technology modernization, campus security and ADA updates, new buses and vehicles, new classroom portables, child nutrition services equipment replacement, and a facility for the growing 18+ program. So the total cost for each of these categories and corresponding number of items is shown on this slide. You can see the total is just over $485 million. And this slide, it showcases some highlights from the bond package that the Citizens Bond Steering Committee is delivering to you, but all of the recommendations are important, and that's why we included all of them. And so finally, that leads us to the official Citizens Bond Steering Committee recommendation, which I will read to you on behalf of the committee. On July 25th, 2022, the Dripping Springs ISD Citizens Bond Steering Committee recommends the Dripping Springs ISD Board of Trustees call a bond election for $485,197,825 for November 8th, 2022 for future district facilities and renovations to manage district growth. And this In conclusion, we believe these recommendations are fiscally sound, align with the mission and vision of the district, represent the expectations and values of the community, and can be supported by voters. And that leads us to questions and discussion, but before we get there, I just wanted to kind of take a personal note about my experience with this process and the importance of our work and what lies ahead. And so I'd like to share with y'all that just like so many other families, my husband and I relocated to Dripping Springs ISD based on the reputation of the school district. We both work in and commute in downtown Austin, so there's no explanation otherwise why we would live out here, but for the school district. And you know, the community and the friends we've made have only enhanced that experience, but it has always been about the quality of education that our children have received at Dripping Springs for us. We've not been disappointed. My daughters have enjoyed outstanding faculty and staff, access to tremendous resources and opportunities at all levels, and 3 have moved on from the district having developed the key qualities of the Dripping Springs Portrait of a Graduate. This district has prepared them well for their next stops. This will be our 15th consecutive year with a student in the district, many less years than others and a few more than some. 3 of our 4 will have attended Dripping Springs schools K through 12. And our youngest will be a sophomore at the high school. Will this bond package directly benefit her remaining time in the district? Probably not much, although there are certainly modernization and security components that will help impact her experience. But regardless of my personal experience as a parent, it's important to me that the families coming up behind mine have the same opportunities for success for their students. I believe the list of recommendations the Citizens Bond Steering Committee has advanced to you addresses the immediate challenges and growth faced by the district for the next several years. I appreciate the school board allowing for community input on this important endeavor and look forward to supporting and advocating for the decision you ultimately make with regard to calling for a bond election. And I want to thank y'all. And then I also, before we get into question and answer, I just wanted to say that these other committee members may wish to provide feedback and maybe state something in a more eloquent way than I have, but we understand you also have workshops coming up, and we've been invited to attend, and I think several of us plan to be there. So thank y'all.
Thank you so much. What questions do you have, trustees? Tricia?
I just wanted to thank you guys, all of you. I know it took a tremendous amount of time, and I went to the first meeting, but I couldn't make it to the rest, but I did watch them all online, and I appreciate all the questions that you guys had and all the communication and the thoughts that were brought up during those meetings. Because I mean, a lot of the times I was like, yeah, that's what I was thinking. So so I appreciate that. And I know, and I'm sure all of you have listened to the board meeting last week. And my questions or concerns have absolutely nothing to do with the actual package that you've put together. It's more the pricing. So I just wanted to say, I have kids in the district, and my kids will benefit from the new high school because we live on that side. I mean, unless we did some really crazy, but the pricing is a little ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. And so I just wanted to reiterate that it's nothing against the bond package that you guys are presenting. I agree with 99.9% of the items that are listed. It's the pricing that I had a problem with. So I don't want you guys to think that I don't appreciate you or the process or anything that has gone into it.
Thank you. Appreciate that feedback. And I know y'all are going to be looking at all those numbers closely.
Olivia?
Thank you. 2 things. One, Holly, let me back up. Thank you guys. I enjoyed the process and I learned so much. And I think that so much of the deliberation and the thoughts and the input were incredible. And I think you've come up with a wonderful package based on the needs. And I know it wasn't easy. I watched a lot of the deliberation in taking priorities and removing some of the wish lists. So I think ultimately the package that we came up with really fits our population and district needs at the moment. Right now, being that we're fast growth, Holly, maybe can you talk a little bit about the difference between being fast growth and built out? in terms of, because I think what's happening right now, we look at these projections from 2031, and when we're seeing campuses, potential bonds, when our projections are stopping at around 2031, is that when we go into built out, essentially?
No, we'll continue to grow well past that. I mean, built out, again, that's, probably 50 years down the road or more, which is why PASA doesn't like to make that estimate. They're looking at our land mass and buildability and what they kind of predict could happen in our community. And, it varies by district. Some districts, depending upon, what happens, if, like I said, if more land goes into conservation, then they don't have as many homes then that can be built in the area that was estimated to be built. So it really does depend on what happens in our community as time passes. But, build out is much further down the road. We're still, many moons from that.
Thank you. Part one, and then I was going to ask our chair, given that you guys studied previous bonds, I'm just curious. I think that one question that I had was looking at bond projects from 2014, 2018, and seeing potential overlap or seeing gaps that seemed a little bit too close for modernization, for furnishings. Do you feel that the committee had a really high level of understanding of the previous bond's conclusion of projects and the timing of how they might overlap to the new projections and the new recommendations?
Yeah, I may not be the best person for that because I served on the 2018 bond steering committee as well, so I was very much aware of what was going on with that one. So some of the other committees members may have a better feedback for you, but I personally felt like we did have an understanding. Again, maybe some of what you weren't able to see was we were having people come over as we had questions. I certainly feel like the information was available to us if we had those questions. And I, going to Walnut from the 2018, just getting to that, I can tell you the feedback then was we would not want to do anything for y'all before we did it for the students. So that project was always meant to be last and pushed out till the end, till now. I don't know if that gives you a little bit of insight.
No, it does, because I feel like within the committee you have, when I look back at those things, that was something that stood out, and I can ask more specific questions, and I'll pull some details out. But that was one thing I'm hearing in the community was, I felt like we just did this, or someone mentioned a roof repair or replacement earlier. It just seems that project one and project two of the same project facility might be getting close, and I just think I wanted to have confidence that the committee had access to 14 and 18 projects and understanding how they overlap. So I appreciate that.
Yes, and we certainly had access. Whether folks utilize that, I can't speak to. But I can say something I hear and I think is common is, for example, the high school facility. It's somewhat of a Frankenstein campus, right? Because it was a middle school and now a high school, and there's been things added on. So it appears that there's a lot being done there, but it was really they weren't taken care of before. Items like that, and I think that gets kind of lost in discussion in the community sometimes, specifically with that campus.
It's a great point. Barbara, I thought you had a, so I know in the workshops we'll do the deeper dive into the costs of each item, but I think it would be good to hear from the committee the evolution of some components, like this realization because of 16% growth at the elementary level. And my memory is that when the demographer was not forced, but really encouraged to just give a guess of full build out, it was like 24,000 students. We're a little over 8 now. But like the complete design of elementary 7, schematic design only of middle school 3, even though there was a lot of discussion about is that enough, and then especially the stadium, because in the long-range facility planning, that was a big point of debate, and then we did the survey to the community, and we were surprised that the highest response was build an entire, and I think someone in the audience mentioned that. That was many iterations ago, but that was the recommendation to build a whole second stadium, and then it was reduced to expand Tiger Stadium, and then y'all had that discussion quite a bit in your committee.
Yeah, and starting with the elementary, you know, as we originally looked at materials and items, elementary number 7 was listed as a standalone construction possibility. And the committee then asked district staff to provide us, well, what would it cost to just do design on this at this point? Because looking at projections, it didn't appear that if this bond is to get us through kind of the next 4 years, and I'm kind of summarizing, but that's kind of what the projections are, we can get things done for the next 4 years before a potential next bond comes out. Could we push the construction of that and make this not cost as much? So that's where that came in. And that also then brought in the same idea for doing the middle school. The elementary school design, as I understand it, y'all correct me if I'm wrong, that one cost more because it took it further out because that will be needed sooner. So it wasn't just design, it included some other soft cost, I believe. And then the middle schools was not quite as comprehensive. So I think that that's a good point, just that for everyone to understand, we didn't develop these numbers. We did push back on some of what was behind them, but we were allowed, and we did, you know, ask for, well, this needs to be different. And so staff responded to that, and that's how elementary 7 design and middle school number 3 came to be as part of the package. With the stadium issue, that was in until meeting, I think it was in there in meeting number 5, and there was a lot of deliberation, and I encourage the community to go back and watch all the meetings, but especially 5 and 6, kind of will show you where we were and the discussions that were taking place. But it ultimately came out on our final night of deliberations, and we never, let's say never, there was not a discussion about including a new stadium with a new high school. That was just not on the table. That went down very, very early. And then it did come out, and I think I can only speak from my personal thought process on this. There were several different considerations going on, but for me, we were looking again at numbers. When would this expansion and rebranding really be needed? And for me, it fell outside the 4-year period, and it was a pretty large ticket item. And so, again, people had different reasons for pulling that out, but we felt like it didn't need to be part of a November 22 bond package. And then there was one other item I'll just mention, because it was really the only other change that I'm recalling between the last 2 meetings, and that was adding in CL&I and maker space for Rooster Springs. It was not in there, but there was some for Dripping Springs, and the committee felt like those are the only 2 elementaries in the school district that don't have that update that the other elementaries do share, so do them at the same time.
Thank you. Stephanie?
I know we're going to get into some of the nitty-gritty numbers, but can we give a high-level even process for the community how the numbers came to be from administration?
That's a Clint question.
Yes, so we went through a process of reaching out to design professionals, a number of design professional firms, construction contractors, other school districts, and compared projects that are in design right now, similar projects, and also looking at projects that we just completed. So other projects in the Central Texas area that are under design right now, projects that are pretty far in design. I know we've talked a number of times about, you know, challenges that other districts in the area that maybe passed a bond in the last year or 2 years that are now trying to build those projects, and you know, districts that have that are you know, needing to build, say, a middle school, and are fairly far along in the design process, and may have budgeted $60 million during the bond planning process a year or 2 years ago, and are getting estimates, you know, 25% over what they put in their bond budget. So that's one of the challenges in looking at these numbers. And if you had asked me a year or a year and a half ago, would we be using these estimates for an elementary school or a future high school, And I would say absolutely, not a year and a half ago. But based on what projects that are currently being bid and factoring in for an elementary school that's going to open in 2024, those are the actual numbers that similar projects that are being designed and about to be built in the Central Texas area are coming in at. So I hope that
I have a
answered
few
the
more
question.
questions for
Yeah.
you, Clint. Okay. So of all of those proposals that you've seen from surrounding districts or, you know, contractors, do they have line items? Is that something that we will get at some point? I mean, because these are very specific numbers, you know, it's not just like 50,000, 50, you know, I mean, they're very to the dollar amount. So I'm assuming they came from some formula or
So
calculation.
They're primarily based on cost per square foot, right? A cost per square foot for similar projects. And so because these projects are not currently designed, right? And so we don't have fixtures and finishes or any of that picked out on any of these projects at this point. But what we do know is we built similar projects and bid them 2 years ago, and other districts are bidding similar projects with similar scopes to buildings that we built 2 years ago, and that's what those projects are bidding for now. And so you essentially extrapolate, okay, an elementary school, Cypress Springs Elementary, 115,000 square feet, at current cost estimates would cost us this. If we project that out to when we would potentially be bidding it, would cost us that. So that's why it looks like a very exact number, and in a lot of ways it is, because you're using the best information that you have at the time based on a certain size of school building, and then factoring in inflation over a year or 2 years, or for a high school that wouldn't start construction for 2 years and be built over a 2-year period, based on what we believe the size of that building would need to be for a 2,500 student high school.
So just to clarify what you were just saying, so for the 3 line items we do have, construction, soft cost, contingency. So construction and soft cost, those are basically a plug and chug. You put in basically an average of different experts that you were referring to, different surrounding communities, what they're trying to build right now, currently, and a square footage.
Yep.
Did you build in inflation numbers within those numbers, or is the inflation piece within the contingency line?
No,
or both?
No, the inflation is built into
The calculation. So
Yes.
what number were you using for inflation? I mean, was it kind of a random number, or did you actually say 4% inflation, 7%, or what were you using?
So this past year was 20%. We weren't using 20% going out, but for a project that was going to be bid, say, in a year, we would factor in, and James can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think for 1 year out, we were using 10%, and for a second year out, we were using 8%.
That's pretty high numbers, but I appreciate you. So
Historically, we would have used, I mean, going back for
Sure.
years and years and years, we would have almost always used around 6%. But given that we've seen 20% over the last 12 months, we felt like 10% over a 1-year period, assuming some softening of that, and then from 10% to 8% going out the year beyond that.
Yeah. I appreciate you fleshing that out, and it is a really difficult task for all of us to be looking into the future in a little bit unstable economic times right now. So, you know, is inflation going to continue? Are costs going to go down? You know, I think that's something we as a board will continue to flesh out in our workshops coming up too. But those are pretty high percentages you're working with. And so for the high school, which we're assuming is likely not going to be built for 4 years, you're adding 10 plus 8 plus 8 plus 8. I mean, is that how because I think everyone, when we saw the sticker price of $275 million, was a little shocked. You know, again, I don't think people in the community can argue the need for these projects. I think we're just a little shocked and taken aback by prices. But we also weren't expecting $4 gasoline either a year ago. So I do understand this is a difficult conversation. don't know if I had a question in there, but oh, I did. The high school. So were you factoring in like 10 plus 8 and then plus 8 plus 8 to get to 275 million?
No, because in order for it to open in 4 years, we would be bidding it in the next, and with a high school that's being built over that long of a period of time, you might have, and we use the term guaranteed maximum price, right? A project that is that large might be split out into 2 or 3 GMPs, so you might be bidding it in multiple phases over a year's time. But the majority of it would be bid in that 2 to 3 year time frame. The high schools are a little bit of a different animal because it's the 450 or 470,000 square foot building. Plus, with a high school, there's a lot more support facilities that go along with it. So you have to also.
So you're saying the bid would be within 2 years, even if it's not actually built in 4 years for the high school?
Yes, assuming a bond in November, it would be roughly a year and a half of design, plus then you get into kind of the procurement phase. So by the end of that 2 years, you would be getting close to where you're bidding that in say 2 years from the bond, a bond passing.
Okay. Also, high level, what exactly is contingency? Is that also a formula, like a percentage of the overall product that we kind of just put in, or is that a specific way that we get that number?
Those are really, the contingency is not a formula or a percentage of a project. It's really more of an estimate of for an elementary school. So for an elementary school, you might estimate that, and that contingency is really for like unforeseen circumstances that might arise with a project. There's less unforeseen circumstances with an elementary school than potentially a high school, which is why for the high school you see $1 million contingency because it's a much larger project. Similarly, you'll see like on the Sycamore expansion, we used a higher number because it's a renovation. We may encounter unforeseen conditions that we weren't anticipating. So typically on a large renovation or addition project like that, you would use a higher relative contingency because of the potential for unforeseen circumstances.
Okay. Question, and I'm not sure if this goes to the committee or for you, Clint, but on design for our elementary school, is there any way to utilize Cypress Springs or even the new Walnut for design moving forward? I know when we had toured Cypress Springs, that was one thing we had actually discussed, and we're very fortunate enough to actually have at least 2 administrators, Dr. Kidd and Dr. Morse-Coons, who came from fast growth districts, so they've kind of lived this process with us, and I know some of those conversations were in having a little bit of a cookie cutter approach, especially for elementary schools, because they have to be built a little bit quicker throughout, if you guys notice the timeline. And so I don't know, do we have some schematics that we can use?
I'm going to hop in on this one. I'm a fan of prototyping. I don't think we have the model necessarily that we want to prototype now. My plan would be that we prototype a model that does a better job with traffic flow, and that we look at some different things for traffic and safety in our schools. And so really, I think that we've got beautiful schools, wonderful schools, but I think in terms of our longer term prototype, we probably want to do a little bit of that design work together and do that a little bit more intentionally for our fast growth needs.
So that would be something within this elementary 6 potentially.
Yes.
Okay, for then
Yeah,
7, 8,
and
9,
when you're
10.
looking at 7 and
Okay.
8 going a year back to back, prototyping's not a bad plan. I just think for right now we have beautiful, wonderful schools and certainly elements of them that we can take, but I'd like to see us do something slightly differently for traffic and just some intentionality around some of our design for our needs.
Okay.
Can I just jump in on that? That's something that people forget, that's unique to our area is all of our sites are so different. And we've dealt with such, huge elevation changes. And so a lot of the designs have been, very site specific. So, you look at some of the fast growth districts, like in the Metroplex, for example, they are building on flat sites. And so they're more able to do that. but that's definitely something we've seen over the years. You know, we cannot necessarily be picky about what sites are available to us that we get. And so that adds to the cost. That, I mean, they all have very unique features that we've had to deal with over the years.
Yeah, I appreciate you sharing that. Yeah, and to that point, I mean, even kind of a very rough schematic when we've talked about the Headwaters property, it's going to look very different from the Sycamore property, even though there very well may be a middle school and an elementary there, but that's kind of the rough estimate we've received. So thank you for that clarification, Barbara. I'm sorry, I just have a couple more questions. Also on the design front, I was a little confused when I was going back, and I didn't live here in 2014 for that bond when Sycamore Elementary and Sycamore Middle passed, but it looked to me that design for 1,200 student capacity was in that bond. So but then I noticed in this recommendation that expansion includes design. So do we have any design that we're working from, or are we going to need new design?
So
Really?
we would need design work on all the new spaces. I think where maybe some of that confusion comes in for Sycamore is that the term master plan, it was master plan for 1,200 students. The core facilities, some of the core facilities like the gymnasiums, the kitchen, the cafeteria, even though ultimately the cafeteria is a little bit undersized, but those core facilities were designed for the 1,200 or for an expansion to 1,200, but a new classroom wing or additional elective classrooms, any additions to the building, we do not have. The designer at the time did not design those future spaces. They placed blocks on a schematic design that said a future classroom expansion could go here. So we do not have the design work for an expansion to 1,200 was not included in the 2014 bond.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, just two more questions. One, I did notice, because in a lot of bond recommendations, this 18+ program, it's to my understanding that's a state law. Is that why we're including that?
Well, the program is, right now they're housed in a portable. So we really need to, if we can, get them out of a portable.
Expanding.
And then as you look at 2 high schools, you're going to have this program at 2 high schools. We're serving 2 high schools, and so that's going to grow. It's designed to be a program that's out in your community that gives kids opportunities to go out and get job skills. It's got career coaching as a part of it. And so really it shouldn't be on a high school campus if we can help that, but closer located to our community and where they can work and get job support.
Okay. And on timeline, so this is the recommendation for a November election, and we as a board have, I can't remember, in maybe it was in long range facility planning, we did look at a little bit of the change of projects if this got pushed back to May election. And can you speak to that, possibly Dr. Morse-Coons or Clint, on kind of what that would look like and how this timeline would look a little different if this doesn't go to November election, it goes to May election?
Yeah, I think the biggest impacts you would see would be on those growth projects. Elementary 6, instead of being able to open that in August of 2024, would get pushed back to the following school year, which when you look at the demographic projections, especially for Dripping Springs Elementary and Walnut Springs, that's where we kind of, and we did the chart a couple of board, or maybe last month, about, you know, without Elementary 6 or without these projects, this is how many portables, and I think it was in the double digits for.
It was in the 30s.
Well,
yeah,
for the
36.
first, yeah, it was like 3 straight. If this didn't happen, and then if this didn't happen
Yeah.
the following year, you would have successive years of 10+ portables. But for those growth projects, Elementary 6 would be pushed back until the following school year. The Sycamore expansion would be pushed back to the following school year, and the high school would most likely, instead of conceivably being able to be opened in the fall of 26, would most likely go back to the fall of 27.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this chart from this presentation. I mean, the elementary schools is really the tightest squeeze. I mean, that's been the biggest need. It's interesting, when we kind of started these conversations several months ago, I had erroneously assumed that the middle school and the high school was really our biggest need. And then when we were seeing the PASA data, it was really much more concerning about elementary school space. And I mean, this package actually only has one elementary school recommendation, but you look at the timeline and we're talking every year after that, we need another elementary. So yeah. Anyway, thank you again to the committee, and thank you, Clint.
Olivia?
Thank you. In regards to the high school, well, a lot of the projects, what I'm hearing from the community here tonight and out in general is our community embraces our student population growth, and we all acknowledge that we need the buildings. And I think kind of what Stephanie said is the reaction is on pricing. So I have a question specifically about the high school. The thing that I'm hearing from the community that's missing, and I'm just reiterating what a lot of us have even said tonight, is that level of detail. Through the process, until you get bond approved to go out and do your design, you don't have your engineers and your architecturals, you don't have your mechanicals, you don't have those real bids yet. Like elementary number 7, with the recommendation being to go ahead and go through that design process, this may be a question for the committee, and this may be something that was coming up in the small table conversations that I did not hear. Was it a consideration to break the high school up into 2 potential bond packages? Bond package number 1, doing design, so that then when we go back to the community with the cost to build, and we really wouldn't lose any time, because if we're talking about a 4-year project and it was broken up into design in one bond and then build another, we would then have the design, the square footage, we would understand the support facilities that go into that.
And I'll certainly let committee members come up and provide their input on that. But I think we did have that conversation during the steering committee process. One of the challenges that presents, because you could, if you split it up into where you had the majority of what's being recommended in a bond for November, but then you delayed the construction of the high school until the next bond. In order to open the high school, when you need to open it, you would most likely be looking at bond propositions in potentially in back-to-back years.
And that was my concern too, but based on the way we answered it for elementary number 7, that eliminated that concern. You wouldn't lose time, that's the way I understood it anyway. If we design, in other words, if it's a 4-year project, if we're looking at fall of 27 and we're in 25 now and we had 1 year to develop, I don't see how we would lose time. If we had 1 year to develop design and have harder cost.
Just with an elementary school, having a full design and then having that included in, say, the next bond, an elementary school only takes a year to build as opposed to a high school taking 2+ years is one of the key differences between a timeline for an elementary school and a timeline for a high school.
Tricia?
I think my computer just died, so, oh, no. Can you kind of go through the process? So when the bond passes, or if the bond, whatever, if it passes, and we have this $575 million line item for a high school, or 275, sorry.
Right.
My brain's done. Can you go through the process of what that looks like? Like, it passes, you go to then what's your next step?
So we would, and with what the board approved, I think it was in June, on the remaining 2018 bond funds, we have the ability, and it would be very early design with a high school, especially with it being the first and only time we'll ever build a second high school. We're obviously we're gonna spend a great deal of time on the front end making sure that we get it right. But we have the ability with what the board approved to at least start what you call a design charrette process, to where we could pull in stakeholders and start really diving into what the district and what this community wants a second high school to look like. And then, so that could start even before a November bond. But then, assuming a November bond passes, then we immediately continue that design process. And so you would go through, and it's about an 18-month process for design on a high school, but you would take that very early charrette work and then go into your schematic design and design development. And really, it's during the design development process where you start getting a really good idea of what the actual the actual estimated cost, and how closely that aligns to what we're budgeting in the bond.
Okay. And then another question I have is based off of something that you were telling Stephanie. So we are priced at $592 dollars per square foot for the high school right now. And then we're priced at $546 for the elementary school right now. And I mean, a high school requires a lot more stuff, right? Fields, more gyms, more, I mean, so how are those price points so similar?
So I think when you're saying 500 and, what'd you say for the high schools?
92.
So you're adding the construction cost plus soft costs?
All of it together,
yeah.
divided by
Right.
the square footage.
So for construction costs for a high school that would be open in 4 years and bid in 2 years, the cost per square foot for the construction portion of that, we were using right at $500 a square foot, not counting the soft costs. For an elementary school, we were using, I believe, $450 or $460 a square foot for the construction. So the difference between an elementary school and a high school, you've got an elementary school that let's say 115,000 square foot elementary school and a 460 or 65,000 square foot high school. The building square footage would be very similar in terms of what the actual building square footage would cost per square foot. The difference between, say, a $460 a square foot and the $500 a square foot used for the high school are those additional fields and additional support facilities that a high school has. So that there is a difference there, but it's not 25% or 30% more per square foot to build a high school than it is to build a middle school or an elementary school.
At some point, can I get a list of the people that we talked to put these numbers together? It doesn't have to be like today or tomorrow, or but maybe to bring to the meeting.
We can figure that out in workshop.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was in addition to design professionals, contractors, other school district. There's also construction organizations and groups that I think is ABC? Yeah. So there's national organizations, statewide organizations that look at these numbers. So in addition to the design professionals or contractors, there's also these other organizations that provide that information. Association of General Contractors, Associated Builders and Contractors is a couple of, in addition to the specific firms that we've reached out to in other school districts.
Okay. And I know we're going to hash all this out. There's many meetings to follow, so it's not something that we're doing today. But I just wanted to kind of thank you for your work, and just thanks for taking all the hits throughout the meetings.
Okay. I had one other question for Jennifer. Does anybody have something else for Clint, as long as he's up there? Ron, I'm sorry. I don't always look at your screen. You might have to.
It's quite all right. No, I know that Clint has talked a little bit more in the past about the contingency figures, and so I probably have some questions around that. But there again, I think especially when you look at the history of the 2018 bond program, it looked to me like the contingency numbers were we're very close up until the very last project, but then again, the longer you forecast the projects, the more difficult it is to try to forecast the ultimate cost, because we all know what happened with the inflation numbers and everything else at the conclusion of that bond program. So I'll probably be asking more questions around the contingencies.
Okay, thank you. So Jennifer, I'm sorry, I have one more question for you. Just because I was able to watch all of the meetings in one form or another. And in that final meeting, it was just striking to me that there was a pretty wide spread of priorities, I guess, in amongst the 17 members. And there was a juncture towards the end of the last meeting where the question was posed, do we need to have a whole nother meeting? How close are we? And there was a couple more iterations right at the end to come to consensus. So that's what I thought I saw, was the question posed at the end.
Yes.
100% of the committee members were able to support the final.
That is correct. And thank you for bringing that up, because we were offered, or it was asked of us at that last meeting, do y'all want to have another meeting? We can do that. We've got time, because we weren't on this calendar until today. And no one asked for that. We asked, we want to stay here longer and work out these final few issues. And so that's what we did. And then, you know, the final approval of this list came down, you know, it was a hand vote, and it was all consensus to bring it to you.
I was just going to ask if you can answer the question that Clint was here. Was it ever a consideration to break up the high school, like elementary 7, into one bond for design and one bond for build?
It wasn't at my table, but I have to tell you, I missed in person meeting number 4, where all of these items were discussed in that kind of detail. So I'll leave it up to somebody else. Okay, we're getting no feedback that it wasn't. So maybe something for y'all to think about.
Any other, Shannon?
Just saying thank you to the committee. Mary Jane and I know went through this process pretty thoroughly, and was it 2018 that we went through from beginning to end, so to speak. And I know it's a lot of time and a lot of effort, and we could not get to this point without y'all. And so thank you very much for your time and your effort. And there's much more to come and much more to do and much more oversight, et cetera, et cetera. But thank you very much. And thank you for leading the process. You have been an amazing volunteer in this district without question. And I was mentioning today that you're probably one of the most experienced community members that we have on this district, without question.
Thank you.
So,
We're all happy to help. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, trustees, we've been going for 2 hours. Is there any objection to breaking for 5 minutes before we do the rest of the agenda? Okay, 7:57. I have to call my superintendent back. Hey, Ron. We're trying to be back. Olivia? Olivia? Olivia Bernard. I'm being told to bang the gavel. Waiting on you. Well, I assume she's. Okay. Thank you, everybody. I hope we all feel refreshed. Now we get to dive into student learning and achievement. And Dr. Kidd, please take away our STAR report.
We're going to get refreshed with some stars. So I want to start with a test. What does STAR stand for? Does anybody know? I'll just tell you, because this is an easy test. The STAR stands for, it's one of our wonderful acronyms in education. It's the State of Texas Assessment of Academic Readiness. And so that means, are we preparing students for the next grade level? And that's what these STAR reports are going to tell you. I do want to give you just a little caveat. Sometimes the data that I'm showing will be different from the data that you'll see in TAPER, and here's why. We get a data file from the state around early summer, June-ish, and then it gets updated, as we saw in July, with summer testing. And then sometime in early fall, we get what's called a consolidated accountability file. And so what that file looks a little bit different than what we have been looking at, because we look at all students that tested with us and that are enrolled with us. The state doesn't necessarily use that data. They use the students that were here on Snapshot Day, which is the last day in October, Friday in October. So you might see a few discrepancies from the data I'm sharing tonight to what you're going to see with the official reporting. I just want to make that clear so you know I'm being really transparent with the numbers. When we look at it as educators, we're including all students. It's not that just because they weren't here in October, they don't count. All students for us count. So I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, so based on the last workshop to now, we added a slide in that first slide that kind of overviews those actions that we've been taking to influence achievement. And I really think that any one of these bullet items falls really into 3 different categories that our department has been focusing on, not only the department, but the district and also the board. Those 3 categories include that alignment and clarity around teaching and learning. And so what we want students to know and be able to do, what do strong instructional strategies look like in the district, in the classroom, and then also providing those teachers with the resources they need, getting those really valuable resources in our professionals' hands. And I know that the L&I team is working hours and hours at the gym right now, unpacking all those resources, and they're probably questioning, like, why did we buy all this stuff? It's good for kids, and it's good for our educators, and they've been wanting this, and they're very excited. The week that we come back in service, the teachers will get a lot of professional learning about how to use these resources and really diving in to support student learning. And then the last is that just sustaining and building upon that culture of growth and learning for all kids. So these bullets really encompass those 3 key ideas and key takeaways for the work and the impact. But bottom line, we have amazing teachers, we have amazing parents that support kids at home, and that's where the rubber hits the road with student achievement. Okay, so moving on. Okay, so this first slide overviews approaches, and I want to just set the stage here. The 2022 slide or bar that you need to look at is that pink bar. That's DSISD, pink bar in the 4 main areas. You're going to see growth over 2021 to 2022, which is what we want, but this is at the approaches level. I'm showing this slide because it compares us to the state, and where we go up, you'll see the state also goes up, and where we go down, looking at social studies, the state also goes down, just to show that comparison over time. But because approaches really means to us as educators that students at the approaches level are going to need intervention to be successful in that next grade level. What do we mean by intervention? Spiraling, making sure that we're going back and doing some reteach potentially. Could be due to a lot of different factors, but really honing in on what standards did the student not master at that mastery level so that they can be successful in that next grade level. And so remember, this is the state of Texas academic assessment of academic readiness. Students at the approaches level are somewhat ready for that next grade level with support. Okay, we want all of our students at the, you can skip one slide, Sheila. The next slide is just approaches, just DSISD. Go to the next slide. The meets level is really what we should be honing in on as a district. What the meets level gets us is students that are adequately prepared for the next grade level. They may need a few supports here and there, of course, done through spiraling, but for the most part, these students are adequately equipped to handle that next grade level content exceptionally well. So when I'm looking at STAR scores, this is where I land. This is where the targeted improvement scores come from. It's at the meets level. So in my brain, I don't even look at approaches. That's not even a factor because these students, this is where we want to start. So these scores need to be well north of 90, in my opinion, right? And then we move on to masters. Students at the master's level are very adequately prepared, will not need supports or interventions to adequately access that learning at the next grade level. So again, these should be north of the 90s, in my opinion. Have we grown? Yes, there are huge successes here between 2020 and 2021, or 2021 and 2022, excuse me. Remember, we didn't test in 2020. That's probably where my brain's going. There are some celebrations here, but our work isn't done because these scores aren't where we want them to be. We want all kids to be successful in that next whatever, whether it be college, career, or military readiness. Okay, so moving on, then I really wanted to hone in on reading and math. That is a focus for us, and I wanted to show the reading summary over time, just so you get that idea. So let me orient you to this slide. At the top, that purple line, that's approaches. So you can see the COVID slide went from 2019 to 2021. It dipped down. Why is that? Kids weren't in school. Then kids came back to school and we started to see that the support of the student learning. We see the same thing with meets in the blue line and then masters. We somewhat see the dip and then the gain in the scores there too. Is it good? Are we celebrating? Yes. Do we have more work to do? Yes. And then if you go on to math, we see somewhat of the same story about the dip and then the recovery, still more recovery to come. Then what we're going to do next is look into two different groups. We're going to look at emergent bilinguals. Remember, this previously was English language learners, but now the terminology is emergent bilinguals. And again, we have a lot of success here. I think I'm on the right page. A lot of success in that reading summary. Look at that line graph, how it starts dipping down, and then when you look at the meets and masters, how it starts spreading apart. That means we're having students that are more adequately prepared for the next grade level that are also learning English. So that's a huge success and a huge celebration. That work still needs to continue because those percentages aren't where we want those to be either. And same thing with the math over time, okay? And then the next group that we really want to hone in on is our students that receive special education support. And so we have pieced out those students in showing the same growth that we're seeing with EB students. That's weird to say, EB students. We're seeing the growth. Is it where all students are? No. That's a goal of ours, to get all students continually growing in that positive direction. So the reading with the 60, 30, and 13, we definitely want to see those numbers increase over time. We're headed in the right direction for the most part, but there's still more work to do. And then same thing with math. I will say that I'm really, really proud of our L&I team and the way that we are working together and the way that the new administration building is designed to enhance that collaborative work together for all students. And so you should know that Gen Ed from the special ed, they're all still working together. They're sharing resources and they're learning from each other. And it's all all for the betterment of our students. Okay, and so the targeted improvement for DSE, if you look there, can you go ahead and click, please? Thank you. So the 2022 version of this will be coming soon for both the reading and the math. Go ahead and click. Thank you. I don't know why it's formatted that way, but as soon as those numbers come through, we'll report those in the annual report for the board. This target for reading and the target for math is at that meets level for all students, and that are the EL, they still have it, but it should be EB performance. And that's missing a federal target. So there's no requirements with this. Ms. Raymond, when she was the principal of DSC, took it upon herself to go through the steps, get herself trained, and have the improvement plan, even though she didn't need to. She's done a great job of getting those scores where they need to go. In 2021, you can see that the reading hit the target, and for math, the target's 40. We didn't yet hit it, but with the added resources, we're really excited and anticipate huge growth in that area for 2022. And then the same thing for DSMS. I did speak to Lead Forward, and they are a accountability consultant, and I just asked, just preliminary questions to see where we are with this. And his first glance at DSMS indicates that the student groups for 2022 don't warrant any data. It's too small of a data set, and so they will come off of this additional targeted support qualification, I guess, if you will, we think. So that's just a ... to be continued. We'll find out in the fall when the official scores come out. Okay, and so that concludes our overview report for STAR, but what I want to also remind us that STAR is changing. Just like every time accountability comes out, you cannot look at one year over the next, and then STAR is changing for the better. It's a good change, but again, the state's going to be adjusting those performance levels. They're going to be adjusting a lot of different things. So I just want to know that as we're going into testing season for the spring, just saying this is a different test for our kids. What it means is they're using cross-curricular reading passages. So they're going to have a science content in a reading passage that the students will have to perform on. Also, 25% of the questions have to be more open-ended questions rather than the multiple choice. And also that we have to test online, but we're ahead of the game in that. We tested online this past spring, so we've already overcome that. And so there's a few more changes coming down the pike for STAR, but we are eagerly anticipating some great learning this year. We actually had a wonderful opportunity today to get with all of our campus and district leaders, and we really calibrated on instructional strategies and just some things at the district level that we're going to help support with all around teaching and learning. So we're really excited. You'll see that in eNote this week.
So I am struck by your comment about a change in STAR in adding cross-curricular passages, which we've talked a lot about. That's the future of education. It's going to be incorporated into student testing, and I think we just need to figure out a way to bring those conversations even into bond planning, because people say, why do we need collaborative spaces? And it's just a different educational environment.
Yes, and being very intentional. So some of the content, I'm just going to speak to science. It's tested in 5th grade in elementary. Typically, it's not what we see as a strength. Usually, elementary teachers focus really heavily on reading and math, and science and social studies are somewhat of an afterthought, or we have to be reminded to get those minutes in because they're required minutes. And while they do that, maybe we need to, and that's something the curriculum department's going to be looking at, maybe we need to look at just the fidelity of just the hands-on experiences. Are we doing labs? Do we have the spaces to do labs? And safely, of course, but making sure that science is a priority, because you will see some elementaries have dipped in the science scores because of COVID and the lack of those hands-on. And so just making sure that we have, just like we did with math manipulatives and taking inventory on that and getting that equalized across the district, the same work has to be done with science. And then so that when they're getting that reading passage, they have some background knowledge or some schema to land on to be able to answer that question.
Right. And how does that play out in terms of comparing apples to apples, if they're changing the scoring metrics, like a campus like DSE, what's the impact there? Do we know?
That's yet to be seen, first
Okay.
of all. I know they have statisticians that are going to be looking at that to equalize, but I do feel like while we're seeing the increase in scores, anytime you change a variable in a test or a situation or even the quality of the item bank, you will see a dip. In what we need to remember as a curriculum department and then as educators is we need exposure to those high level, even beyond the standard test question. We need exposure to hands-on so that our students have the background knowledge to answer those questions and do a great job. I've always said this, STAR should be the afterthought for our kids. It should be like, oh yeah, we've got that. It's a blip in a day.
Right. I wanted you to explain that you've used the term spiraling, just to give that definition for everybody.
Sure. So I'm not going to go into depth about the standards, but there are readiness standards and supporting standards, and it's written into our what we teach, what we want students to know and be able to do, how standards build on themselves, and there is a vertical alignment of that. And sometimes when you are, I'm just going to say in third grade, and you're teaching a concept, there will be supporting standards that maybe were introduced in second grade that you might have to dip down and grab the lower standard, not teaching it, but remind the students, bring them back to that. Okay, remember in second grade, we learned about la 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 la, and then you add on to that with different vocabulary, more rigor, or maybe taking it to, if it's math, taking it to the next number place. So those are just quick examples. It's always going back down. And we do that with interventions too. So if we have a student that isn't mastery at the grade level, we will spiral back as far as that student needs us to go in a small group setting with the appropriate resources so that they can build on those foundational skills to be successful.
I personally love that because you can be, like math might be your subject, but you need that kind of almost intervention in another subject. So I love that we're doing that. Last question before I get to Tricia. UBD, you had mentioned before that it's across all learning, that even our special services students benefit from that model, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So understanding by design is looking at the design of the lesson or the design of the unit and how we can differentiate within that document already to either intervene or extend when needed. The beautiful thing about differentiation, we talked about that today, didn't we, group? The beautiful thing about differentiation is it happened. You have to plan for it, but the only way to plan for it is if you know what the standard, what's called the TEAC, is really wanting us to teach. And once you really understand what that TEAC wants us to teach, we build the vocabulary around it, we can differentiate down to support learners that maybe don't have that foundation understanding, or we can differentiate and bring it up to the learner that already knows it. And so we are in stage one still. And stage one is that framework of knowing what we want students to know and be able to do. It has certain components like enduring understandings, what things are going to last throughout their whole educational career. Essential questions that have multiple answers, and there's no one right or wrong answer. It gets that thinking process started. We include vocabulary in that stage one. It's really allowing our educators the opportunity to collaborate and get really clear on what they're teaching, right? And then stage two, it's a big focus for this year's assessment and feedback, both formative and summative, and we are really drilling down on what feedback looks like and feels like. In two-way feedback, from teacher to student, student to student, student to teacher, back and forth, right? And so that's the way that we get our students to grow, is through that feedback. And then stage three, typically in UBD, is the scripted out lesson. We will never do that in our district because I feel like that is where the teacher profession and the craft of teaching comes into play. Our stage three will be resources. And we're starting to build our bank of resources for teachers to be able to differentiate the lesson design for their students.
Do we have this broken down by campus?
We do, and you'll get
I know you do.
This is the preliminary overview.
Okay.
In the fall or early spring, there is a required annual report that you will see, and We typically break that down into campus data too.
Okay.
There's also going to be some workshop data in August around MAP, I believe, that we can really dive into what that looks like at a campus level.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Sorry, generated one last question.
That's fine.
The formative and summative assessments available through EBD at level 2, how is that just in addition to MAP testing?
Yes, and
Okay.
so we're building out curriculum-based assessments. All our teachers, we did a formative assessment today. A formative assessment doesn't have to be a written, it can just be your reflection thoughts, so we know where they are. Formative happens in the moment to change instruction. Did my students get it? Did they not get it? Summative is more like a star at the end of the year. Sometimes we can still adjust and support, but it's really for the next year, right? It's not for the students in our class right now. So yes, we are building that out and building capacity around good quality assessment questions, and also the just timeline and consistent feedback, not only for our students who are learning, but also for families and parents too.
Awesome. All right, if there are no other questions, then we will move on to our Gifted and Talented program.
Good evening, Dr. Morris-Coons, Board of Trustees. I'm Kristen Ray, I'm the Director of Elementary Education. Dr. Mayfies is here with me. She's the Director of Secondary Education. We are thrilled to be able to share with you a brief overview of our Gifted and Talented program. You can see in slide 1 a little bit about our vision and mission. We're incredibly fortunate to oversee this program, but I would be remiss not to mention our educators who pour into these students every single day, especially our elementary GT specialists that I have the privilege of working with on the daily. So again, our vision, develop and empower students to be lifelong scholars and critical thinkers, which they already are. Our mission, guided by best practices. As you heard Dr. Kidd mention in our UBD process, it's the exact same philosophy and execution in the gifted classroom as well.
Hello, I'm going to talk briefly through our service design at each level. At the elementary level, our students are served by both GT certified teachers as well as via a pull-out model with GT specialists. Those GT specialists enrich the learning that is already occurring in the classroom and build on what the teachers have introduced in the classroom. At the middle school level, we do GT core content classes, so a GT math, a GT English. We also do GT advisory at the middle school level, and with the introduction of a new huddle course for 6th graders next year, we will do GT huddle classes as well. At the high school level, actually at all secondary, middle school and high school, all of our teachers are GT certified and annually trained. And so at the high school level, they are also in cohort classes, GT English courses, GT math courses. We often find the larger our campus gets, we sometimes stack those classes with an honors class or an advanced placement class, just so we can offer multiple opportunities for kiddos. Also at the high school, the nature of high school courses allows kids to specialize. Their course is a little bit more. If they're interested in history, they can take AP US History, they can take AP European History. Lots of opportunities for those kiddos to dive into the content area where they may be gifted or where they have an interest.
We're going to play up and down for just a minute. So oftentimes we get questions around our referral and our assessment process. You can see on this slide that our GT folks, in addition to Dr. Mayfies, are very busy. We are in the midst right now of offering our summer session. We have a large number of students that are new to DSISD that our specialists are testing this summer. So we have the summer, the fall, the spring, and additionally we have the transfer process that our specialists and Dr. Mayfies work with. If you are new to our district, then we have a process that's very what we like to call user-friendly, where we take a look at what they bring us from their previous gifted program and work closely with parents and students in making sure that they're a good fit. If not, we provide some additional assessments for them as well. You can see the last bullet refers to the DSISD GT Assessment Committee, and so Dr. Mayfies and I serve on that along with several of our teachers who are gifted certified, in addition to serving gifted boys and girls in their classrooms. And so we work collectively to ensure that as we assess, those students are the best fit for our program.
We can refer students for our gifted and talented programs, kindergarten through 12th grade. A student could be referred by a teacher or a parent. We always gain parent permission. The most common assessment that we use for most of our referred students is the COGAT, and the COGAT assesses students in reasoning, math or quantitative, and linguistic or verbal. While we're administering those tests, we also gather information and input from the students' parents as well as the students' teachers, and that potentially leads to a portfolio assessment as well. So that's the information that we gather to determine if a student qualifies for the program.
So our next slide delineates how students are accepted into the Gifted and Talented program. Like I mentioned before, we do have an evaluation committee. If our students do not qualify, they do become eligible for what we call a review or an appeals. And so we do work closely with our parents and our GT teachers. We refer back to the data. We meet as an appeals committee to ensure that we're making the best decision for the student. The second bullet refers to placement of gifted boys and girls into the program, and that we work very closely in what we call the profile form. And so when we meet as an assessment committee, we spend all day for hours doing a very thorough overview of that profile. We look at student work samples to ensure that the students are the best fit for the program. And if they're not, we reach out to parents and we have that conversation about, oftentimes students don't qualify the first round, especially some of our younger students. And we have students now in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade who have qualified through that second attempt. So we work very closely with our families to ensure it's the right fit.
Moving from the kiddo in the classroom, in compliance with the state plan for gifted and talented, we also have a GT advisory committee. That committee meets 3 or 4 times a year, and the purpose is in the title. They advise us in all aspects of how gifted and talented is assessed, delivered, and our data throughout the district. Included on that committee are campus staff, teachers, administrators, parents, and the most important piece, kiddos. We do education pieces for parents about the unique needs of gifted and talented students. We talk about how we can expand and grow our program, and we always have a student delivery piece, which is phenomenal, hearing their viewpoints of the gifted and talented program here in Dripping Springs and how we can improve and better our practice.
I'm especially excited to share this slide with you. This is our taper data from last year. You can see May 2021, 6.6% of our students were identified as gifted and talented. We just ran a most recent PEAMS report, and that now is 7.2%. That's when you clap and you're excited about all the things. We're very excited and very proud of that increase. The current state average is about 8.3, and then you can see the current referrals there below.
So it definitely is a goal of ours to grow and enhance our gifted and talented program. Some of the ways that we're doing that this coming year, I mentioned earlier a GT Huddle course at our middle schools, a GT Advisory course at our middle schools. We are also very conscious to host a GT Parent Information Night at least once a year. We have a huge gift in that we have GT specialists specific to our elementaries. They provide continuing professional development and ongoing learning for our teachers on those campuses. They're a constant resource for the teachers on those campuses. If they want to specialize and differentiate, they've got a GT expert there and that specialist. We are also very conscious of the need to enhance an awareness of our GT programs for our bilingual and our emergent bilingual students. So this year, we did a family information night that was specifically geared towards Spanish-speaking families. Bilingual students do have an adjusted minimum score to qualify for gifted and talented to accommodate for the linguistic differences. And then we also, as I mentioned, did that family information night at DSE as well. We also, as I mentioned earlier, ensure that all of our teachers have an update each year. All of our teachers do a 6-hour gifted and talented professional development. For our brand new teachers, they do a 30-hour gifted and talented professional development. And we're excited this year at the secondary level to offer a training that's specializes in differentiation engagement for students. It's called Kagan, very well-known educational experts And so that is really going to help our teachers differentiate for our gifted and talented students.
So the next slide refers to what we call casting the wider net. So this is our attempt in trying to reach other students that perhaps the referral process hasn't worked in traditional methods. This year, we administered the COGAT screener to all second grade students across all 5 elementaries. It was a huge task. I want to thank Cindy Wade and her team, especially Randy Hollinsby, in addition to all of our second grade teachers who literally stopped and allowed our GT specialists to come in and screen the students. 11 students qualified for the program that had not been previously tested. So that may not seem like a large number to some, but it's a large number to us, and we're thankful to have identified those students. This year, we're excited to add 4th grade to that process. And so not only will we screen second grade, we will also screen every 4th grader across the district. And literally, those teachers, again, will stop instruction and partner with us and our GT specialists in order to identify more students. In addition to that, we're excited to increase our social media presence. Not that you can see our DSISD Facebook page, but we're excited to encourage you to visit that. That is a way for us to really ensure that collectively we're building that GT parent community. That's an incredible group of parents who look for support in raising and pouring into their gifted students. In addition to that, we've started a GT parent book study on a book of their choice. So they're in the process of choosing what that's like, and we have a parent who has stepped up to facilitate that. So that's our overview for this evening. We're glad to answer any questions if you have any. If not, we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. That's incredible. I just love that you're trying to not let any kids fall through the cracks just because maybe a parent didn't know to get them tested. Tricia.
I don't have any questions, but I do want to thank you guys for what you do, because I do know that I've heard out in the community what a good GT program that we have. So you guys are doing a really good job, and thank you.
Hello, Dr. Hetrick. So,
Yes, sorry, Ron.
it's all right. So I was wondering, does Dr. Mayfies or Ms. Ray, do they have any data on any potential underrepresented students that may have qualified, but maybe a teacher or parent didn't want that student to get into the GT program? I guess anytime that there's a disparity between what our district has as far as, GT numbers or special ed or anything, we always try to look for anomalies, and part of it is awareness and assessment, but do they have any data about any potential underrepresented groups?
Yes, sir. Great question, Mr. Jones. Actually, our emergent bilinguals are still a group of students that we're really trying to pinpoint. So our attempt at that bilingual parent night, we're going to continue to be steadfast and offer that every year. We are also excited to share with you, it wasn't in our presentation, but we have qualified several twice exceptional students. So we have students that are in special services in addition to being identified as gifted and talented. So working with Ms. Hogan and her team and ensuring that those boys and girls have what they need, we're starting to increase identification with that group of students as well.
I'm sorry, I think Barbara was next.
So that's what I wanted to ask. Could we get some more kind of data, certainly not tonight, but if you can get us more data about what the breakdown is of the demographic, makeup of all the students, because I know that's something we've talked about a lot over the years, and I appreciate you said y'all are making the effort to cast the wider net. If we've got specifics on that, that will kind of help us track over the years if the efforts to cast a wider net are being successful, or if we still need to do more. So if we could get those specific numbers, because I know that's something we've seen in the past.
Absolutely.
Olivia?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was going back to reread the student identification process. When you talked about in second grade, now coming to the 4th grade, coming into the classroom and partnering, what does that look like? Is that separate from what you have here on the student identification?
It's not. Great question.
Okay.
So basically what happens is we purchase what's referred to as the COGAT 7 screener. So it's a shortened version of the COGAT 7, which we give in the full battery. And so what's happened is we've basically loaded into that technology platform every second grader in the district. The GT specialists go in and they partner with those gen ed teachers to find a good time to do that. And then the specialists administer the screener to the students. You're welcome.
Any other questions on the GT update? All right, thank you very
All right,
much.
Thank you.
Okay, the last presentation was update 119, but I think we decided last week that we were going to punt to the next month. But does anyone have specific questions that administration can be looking into? Barbara?
Yes, I've just got one quick question, and it was on, let me see if I can find it again. It was on FFH local, student welfare, freedom from discrimination, harassment, and retaliation. And it was on the bottom of page 7 of 10, which is 18 of 21 in the PDF. And it talks about the appeal process. And if a student goes through the process and doesn't appeal, and then it says if they're dissatisfied, the old policy said that a student or parent shall be informed of his or her right to file a complaint with OCR, Office of Civil Rights. And it's changed now just to say the student or parent has the right to file. So my question is, I mean, I'm fine with that change, but my question is, why are we taking out that our duty to inform them? So how will they be informed going forward? And, you know, why are we removing that language that they shall be informed of their right?
So, you know, these are TASB models, so we'll contact TASB, try and find out why that's their recommended language change, and make sure that we understand that and bring that back.
Okay. And then, of course, my question for next time is on FFBA local. So if there are no other questions, we'll move on to consent agenda. We talked about this last week. If there aren't any other questions, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to accept the consent agenda. Approve the consent agenda,
Okay.
rather.
A motion by Shannon, a second by Stephanie. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? 7-0, thank you. Okay, our first action item is consideration of the district improvement plan. Dr. Kidd?
Okay, yes, remember that from last week we spoke of the board's action on both goals and performance objectives within the district improvement plan. It was a request to see the strategies, and so we've uploaded the new the overarching improvement plan, including the strategies. But again, we're looking at the goals and performance objectives, and just know the strategies are subject to adjustment as needed if a strategy is not working. So tonight, what you're really hopefully approving are the goals, overarching goals, and performance objectives under each goal.
Okay. Are there any questions for Dr. Kidd? I know I appreciated seeing the strategies and how they directly connected to the board goals that we talked about all through the XG process, utilizing MAP, informative assessments. So thank you that was a lot of extra work between last week and this week. Any questions for Dr. Kidd? Shannon?
Just a comment. Hopefully that was already built out in another document, right?
Yes, and
Okay,
so I was just
so-
taking credit for that extra work.
Oh, because that was not my intent when I asked
No.
for that in any way, shape, or form, and so that gave me heartburn for about 30 seconds there. No, I really love to see this. Thank you so much.
And moving forward, I'll always include that for the board to see. And we do have that improvement platform enhancement that we started last year, and so it was just a few clicks. So it's not that big of a deal.
Very good. Okay. No other questions? This is an action item before us tonight. Tricia?
I move to approve the district's improvement plan goals and performance objectives.
Okay, we have a motion by Tricia, second by Olivia. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, 7-0, thank you. The next action item is consideration of a delegate and alternate for the TASB convention. And I don't think we had anybody last week, but since then, Stephanie has offered to be our delegate and Tricia has offered to be an alternate, and I have not heard from anyone else. Is there any other discussion about this? Okay, I think the motion language suggested, because TASB does require this language in a motion. Olivia?
Thank you. I move to approve the district improvement plan.
Oh, no.
Literally. Pay no attention to me.
The-
I move to approve Dr. Stephanie Renhold and as the DSISD delegate and Tricia Quintero as the alternate to the TASB convention.
Okay, we have a motion by Olivia. Thank you. You can tell it's getting late. A second by Barbara. Any other discussion? All right. All those in favor? Okay, 7-0. Thank y'all for your willingness to do that. Okay, next is consideration of Parks and Rec Committee representatives. And again, we just had one for the longest time, and now Olivia has said she will be our second rep. Is there any other discussion on that?
Thanks, Olivia.
So we do need a motion. How about I do it? That feels a little weird for you to.
I move to approve Matt Fugarat and Olivia Bernard as DSISD's representatives in the Dripping Springs Parks and Recreation Commission.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion by Stephanie, a second by Tricia. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? 7-0. Again, thank you for your willingness. There wasn't a stampede for that role. And the final action item is approval of meal prices for child nutrition. I know we have Mr. Crowley here. If we have any questions, Ms. Knapp is going to. Go ahead.
Yes, I was just going to say that you should have received a copy of an update on the child nutrition prices because the federal government just released the reimbursement rates today, and so it's a good thing that we have such an experienced hand as Director of Child Nutrition Services because he could quickly do the math and figure out what the meal prices should be such that we may not have to amend it next month as we thought we might have to given that the rates weren't published yet. So I'm going to let the experts speak to the numbers and then we can field any questions together should you have some.
Yeah, typically good evening, Madam Chair, Superintendent, Board of Trustees. Typically on July 1st, reimbursement rates are released for the next year. You know, last year was a very different year with the seamless summer option, and really kind of looking back historically, it's kind of hard to look back knowing that before the pandemic, you know, the last really good year of data we had was 18-19. So I have made recommendations for meal prices. I've also done the calculation for the adult meal calculator, which y'all might remember last month. We were 8 cents below that number. Good news is there is a better paid, it's not as high as it was last year, but it's better than I expected it to be. So I think that will have, you know, some benefits. You know, we've had a very good year in child nutrition, and but one of the things that happens is that, you know, there is a calculation for just breakfast and lunch. So we did raise the adult meal prices, which are going to be $2.25 and $4.45 for lunch, but they can't be lower than that. So that is the amount. Meal prices, I think if everybody goes to the grocery store, then y'all definitely are seeing what I'm seeing, that we're seeing inflation that's not been seen this way in 40 years or so. And it's really, you know, looking at a bid and updating prices and stuff like that, it is really shocking. You know, I think what you see in the grocery store, I think we're seeing worse wholesale. And also, you know, you've got things like that we really haven't had the bottom of the, you know, the Ukraine conflict and what that's going to do to grain prices. And then, you know, beef prices are up, chicken prices are up, the price of everything is up, which if y'all go to the grocery store, which I'm sure you do, you understand that and you're seeing this. So, yeah, we have a tiered pricing and you know, it's on there. I guess, is there any questions anybody has?
Oh, Tricia?
I think my only question, I've had a couple of people contact me and ask me about the elementary schools, and the kids were provided meals last year. Is that going to happen again this year? Or, okay, so these prices are for all the people.
Yeah, last year was the only year, this is my
It
25th
was like a
year as a
grant.
child nutrition
Mhm.
director, and this is the only time I've ever seen that. I'm not really, you know, it was something
Yes.
related to the pandemic, but, you know, that actually went away the last day of our instructional day, which was May 26th.
Okay,
So,
yeah.
so that is a one-year thing, and it is gone.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Olivia?
I'm just curious, how are we doing on supply? Do you see any challenges there coming this year?
Yes, from what I've been told by distributors, you know, food companies, paper companies and stuff, the supply chain disruptions continue. We think that we probably have another year of it, but I don't think it's going to be as bad this year. One of the things that's going to help us is just the fact that not every child in the United States of America is going to be eating free. So we're expecting to see a decrease in meal participation here in our district. I think that, and it's going to be a tough year. You know, the good news is we had you know, we haven't quite finished our year yet. I mean, we're into our new fiscal year, but we do anticipate, you know, having to be able to put some, you know, significant money in the Child Nutrition Fund balance, which we think will help us, you know, get through last year. And again, I'm encouraged that the reimbursement rates, you know, weren't as low as I thought that they could potentially have been. So.
All right, thank you. That is kind of counterintuitive. The wholesale prices would be even higher, so that's good to know. Any other questions? Or I'll entertain a motion. Stephanie?
I move to approve the child nutrition meal prices for 2022 to 2023.
Okay, we have a motion from Stephanie, a second from Shannon. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Okay. 7-0. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, that was our last action item. So the board will now convene in a closed meeting to discuss the following items posted on our agenda this evening as allowed by Texas Government Code per sections 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.082, 551.0821, 551.089, and 551.129. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussion in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. And the time is now 8:56 p.m. Okay, we are back in open session at 10:35 p.m. And the first item is possible action on superintendent contract.
I move to approve an adjustment to the superintendent's contract to reflect a 4% salary adjustment commensurate with the increase for administration across the district and an extension of her contract until June 30th of 2027.
We have a motion by Shannon, second by Olivia. Any other discussion? And to be clear, that's a 5-year contract, if we did our math right. Okay, all those in favor? Okay, 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yay. For the few people still in the room. Okay, next is consideration to hire a director of safety.
I move to approve the new hire of Serena Cumberland for the position of the Director of Safety.
Okay, we have a motion by Tricia, second by everybody, but I saw Barbara first. Any other discussion? All those in favor? 7-0. We're so glad to have you. Thank you for coming. And last is our Director of Finance, who actually couldn't be physically with us tonight. We should probably say that, not in the room. Barbara?
I move that we approve the hiring of Joseph Riggs as the Director of Finance.
Okay, we have a motion from Barbara. Somebody has to look at me. Second by Stephanie. Any other discussion? All right, all those in favor? Okay, 7-0. We have a Director of Finance, so if you're watching, welcome. And we have no other business before the board, so we are adjourned at 10:37 p.m. Thank you.